Come now, all you mangy dogs. Swab the decks and hoist the sails. The guns on board be needing some proper manning. Pieces of 8 and a fine wench on your arm. If your work be not too shoddy. Careful not to flounder too badly, though, or you may have to dance the hempen jig as we see you to Davy Jones. Chappie, my boy, on with the show.
Welcome everybody, friends, folks, foes, and fellow pirate mateys, to this week's Friday night feature installment of our radio podcast. It's episode number 210. I'm your host, as always, Robin Hood's Chief Communications Officer, Jaffe Ryder. We have got a great live stream in store for you here this go round. Our guest is returning once again, as he does quite routinely now. We're making a bit of a ritual of things. For whatever reason, I guess it just seems to make a whole lot of sense, but none other than Al Borealis. He is, in fact, the producer and host of Forum Borealis, Yogi, poet, and Philosophos. So here he is. Join us for his annual visit via Svalbard, Norway. Hope I got that name right. It's not always the easiest thing to pronounce. It's been a whole year once again. Clearly we have a great deal of catching up to do, along with various esoteric and mystically themed topics. All things current events will likely be on the table as well. Just a quick overview regarding Forum Borealis. It describes itself as a paradigm expanding podcast conducting old school, long form, conversational, in-depth interviews, exploring controversial, marginalized, innovative, obscure, anomalous, and system critical topics within history, culture, philosophy, science, and politics, with the most interesting authors, scholars, researchers, and free thinkers of the day. So we've added all of their social media links to the YouTube show description area. Encourage people, of course, simply to, as they click on the main link, check out what we have available down there in the pull down area, part of the menu. Probably going to run actually for a couple hours this go round as well too. Al likes the long format approach, so he's also going to be taking a lot of questions from you, the listener. Be sure to pay as close attention to the conversation as possible. Be sure as well too to call in pirate1radio@gmail.com. That's once again pirate1radio@gmail.com here via Skype. It's how you can reach us and have your questions fielded, voices heard, make your thoughts known. Maybe you have criticisms or compliments. It all really just depends on where you stand on any of these issues. Presuming, of course, as always, there's a few of you out there who do have a number of things to add to the mix. So before we turn our sights to featured guest Al, just like to remind people, WPRPN.com is the website. You'll want to drop by. Sign up is free. All you simply need is a username, email, and password, and you'll be off to the races. So, Pyro One Radio at Proton Mail is what we use for PayPal donations. And just like to say as well, too, that big word of appreciation to both Dana Shiver and Janie Walker, who once again have stepped up and delivered in a big way, showing the boys how it's done. We'll get more into that maybe this coming Tuesday, when we have, of all people, if you can believe this, Al, Brooks Agnew is going to be dropping by. He's a name and personality, someone who's familiar to you. I know, because I was just listening to one of your archive shows a number of minutes ago, as a matter of fact. What a conversationalist, raconteur, scholar, Renaissance man in many ways he is. So thanks for joining us here once again, Al. And how about that Brooks Agnew synchronicity?
Hey, man. Thank you very much for dragging me up at these ungodly hours.
5 a.m. 5 a.m. in Oslo. Well, it's the way it goes, I guess. Thank you. Are you all coffeeed up and ready to go?
Somewhat. We'll make the best of it.
Okay. So, yeah. Hey, it's been a year. I'm not sure if you had a chance to revisit any of our archived material. I know I've made a few notes here, just as far as talking points are concerned, but I think for the most part, you're the kind of guy who really likes the free-flowing, unimpeded, just natural conversation between two people with folks out there in the peanut gallery and so forth, to occasionally engage and interact with us. And it's something I always find quite energizing, really. And one of the reasons why, this is, by and large, it's a free public service is what we offer here twice a week, ensuring to our listeners, our audience members, that we're going to be here come hell or high water. We're going to be here. And if we're not, then clearly there's things that have really gone amiss. But with the news show Tuesday nights and the Friday night feature interviews each and every week, same time as always, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 out on the East Coast. And that is, of course, Wednesdays and Saturdays, 1 p.m. here in the Tokyo and Seoul time regions. So, but yeah, there we go. Brooks Agnew, well, there's a few things I'd like to say, or rather maybe just ask you about him, but there's a whole lot more that I think, first of all, why don't you let our listeners in on who you are exactly, for those who have not heard your show, courtesy of Forum Borealis. And, I gave a bit of an overview description of your production just a few moments ago, but, I'm sure you could do a little better than that, even as far as providing details is concerned.
So you want me to talk about the show?
Sure, the show, yourself, how it all got launched, what made you actually take the initiative and thinking that, you would be somebody who would have the time and energy in putting something like that together.
Well, I actually never thought that. It was more a question of, I had some summer of 15, I think it was. I had some free time on my hands, and I've always had interesting conversations with what I would call big shots in different areas. So I always have the feeling that, you know, when we had a very interesting conversation, we have the feeling that there should be a mic on the wall, a fly on the wall. If others could be here now and hear this. But that summer, I just for the hell of it, you know, this was back in the day when it's just 5 years ago, but it feels like a century ago, because there was no such thing as censorship, manipulative algorithm, etc. Anybody could do it. Anybody could make it if they had something to offer. The name YouTube was still relevant. It was before they sold it to Alphabet, Google. So I just put on, I think it was Joseph Farrell or Peter Lavender was one of the first. I wanted to talk with them, and what better excuse than to put the recording out there, right? So I never had in mind an audience or commercial or being influenced. I never thought it would lead anywhere, but maybe a few hundred, but that's okay. I wanted to talk with these guys. I was annoyed listening to Coast, or even Verse stations, and why are they never asking them this question, that question, the right questions, right? So I did that, and it turned out the first shows really grew organically because stuff could grow then. Now, of course, all growth is strangled. So whatever number you were on before YouTube launched their new system is about where you will be, unless you manage to bypass the algorithm and get something up viral. But something viral should usually involve babies or cats and never supersede 5 minutes. So yeah, but I've given up on that anyway. I'm since last we spoke, 2 things have happened. Pandemic, and we're on podcast platforms, which I don't think you are actually, or are you?
We're losing you there, Al. You're fading out. I'm not sure if you've backed off from the mic or what exactly.
Really?
But yeah.
So you can't hear me?
Oh no. That you're good now. I'm not sure if you're like leaning back in your chair or.
Oh, okay. I'll come closer. So did you hear everything I said?
Just that. Oh yeah, fine. Just that last sentence. There was a question or some point you made.
I was saying that 2 things have happened since last we spoke. One is the pandemic.
Right.
The second is that we're out on podcast platforms, and I was saying I don't think you are, or are you?
Podcast platforms, meaning
like what's it called?
iTunes.
iTunes, Spotify, all that stuff.
You know, Spotify picked us up for some reason. I'm not too clear on why that is exactly. I'll just leave that aside for the time being. But
it's only one of 2 reasons. Either you are on another podcast platform, which Spotify intercepts because they have a deal with them, or just some dude uploaded your stuff there.
Yeah. So that's very well what it could be, I suppose. But iTunes, you know, we don't have the technical ability here. Speaking for myself, at least, that I've struggled with it, and my duty here, frankly, and the list of responsibilities is endless. And with this iTunes business, we've been kind of struggling to have someone who can really come through for us in a big way and get us reconnected over there, because we had uploaded around 100 shows, as I recall, and then things fell apart because we switched from Podomatic over to archive.org. The Podomatic was jerking us around basically in a number of different ways, credit card issues, and the fact that we couldn't even edit the shows that we were uploading, things like that. So, which kind of goes together to, there was more than that too, believe me, where they were actually they were giving credit for our shows. They were leading people to have the impression, because of the pirate name, that they were dovetailing our content with this mixed martial artist character he's a pirate guy as well, who's appeared on the Joe Rogan show, which tells you right there, I mean, as if this is somebody who really needs any more promotion than he's already got. I mean, who wouldn't love to be a guest on Joe's show?
Yeah, but
obviously,
wouldn't that go both ways? Wouldn't you get some listeners from that?
Nah, I don't think so. No, it was a one-way street. So that basically, with traffic that was directed onto where we were, that it was just going directly to him. Not it kind of like, the way YouTube is, where when our show finishes up, if you watch like a replay of our show, and this might work with with yours as well too, potentially, it goes off to another item that's been uploaded with like 10 bazillion views in place already, rather than helping out the little people.
It's a part of the new algorithm.
It's bullshit.
If you let something be on autoplay, no matter what it is, eventually it will end up, usually just a few steps, it will end up at one of the mainstream channels like MSNBC, BBC, Fox, one
right
of those.
away.
And that's not a hypothesis or anything. It's a matter of fact.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's open.
It's pretty. I'm not too happy with the whole business, the way that's set up and in place. That's the way they've got it, though, and that was one of the things, in fact, that. Now, here's another character that I was listening to, as a matter of fact. The guy that, not just Brooks, but also you talked to, the guest. What was his name now? He's not someone who, by God, I mean, I tell you, he knew his stuff as well, too. I can't go through the archives here because the storage device has been disconnected. But talking about social media and the digital kind of deceptions, it was a 2-part series that you put together. Do you remember that?
One of my shows?
Yes. Talking about.
So what was the topic?
So social media, algorithms, digital.
Cliff High?
Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah. Oh, Cliff High. And you've done so many interviews with the guy, haven't you? It's crazy. I mean, he's your top guest, I guess, really, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, maybe. Or Pharrell. Or Lavender. Yeah, we have a few returnal guests, and more is coming. We just had Richard Dolan back on. I actually did another one with Brooks Agnew, but it's been in editing forever, and eventually it will come out. But what we did there, because I remembered Brooks Agnew back in the Ron Paul days, where he had some very good political perspectives, and he made a book about the agencies, that part of the deep state, the bureaucratic agencies and all the power. I think it's called Alienated Nation or something. I forgot. But so I had him on, but unfortunately he was deeply lost in the partisan hackery at that point. So we went agreeing a lot, which is very interesting. So I will get that show out there.
Who is this? Who is this?
Brooks Agnew.
Oh, really? Yeah. He's a kind of a Trumper, isn't he?
Oh, kind of. He's fully MAGA, lost in MAGA land. I tried to, for example, earlier he was, back in the day when Ron Paul was a thing, he was not partisan. He was being honest and balanced and truth and objective seeking. But now, as soon as you become partisan, and that's one of the big problems today, politically speaking, more and more people are sucked into the partisanship, and that's what they want. Well, if you hate the hang on, I'm in the middle of a reasoning. If you hate the Democrats, they will applaud you if you become a partisan Republican. They don't that's not against them. They want that. The same with the Republicans. They will applaud you if you become a partisan Democrat. Why? Because they need people sucked into that false dichotomy, and they know they can't get 100%. They know that very well. They know there will always be 50-50, which is how this scheme, this connery works.
We're going to be talking
to
morons.
But the more, hang on, I'm getting to Brooks. But the morons who support them, they don't understand that. They think they can get like everyone over to their side if they just do enough hackery and attack on the other side. And that's what the powers that be wants, because it's really just one party. Now, Brooks, he had to do lots of mental gymnastics when I had him on to interview him about politics, because at that point it was already obvious that Trump had sold out, that he wasn't very much better than the powers that be. So I confronted him, for example, with the way Trump is licking the ass hair of the Saudi Satanists. And he tried to defend that. And, you know, how they're also kissing Jewish, or I should say Israeli asses, stuff like that. So he didn't come off too well from that show, I have to say. That's my opinion. People can judge as they want. Those who are 100% Trumpists will probably love it. But he did a very phenomenal job when we didn't discuss politics, when we discussed physics and the Hollow Earth thing and all that stuff. That's something he'd been working with forever. So I respect him on that area.
Hollow Earth, yeah, that was a great two-part series. So really, you know, because I'd heard the Lavenda interviews before, and it's kind of, he mostly just, you know, if once you've heard a few of his shows, it's as with Joseph Farrell, it's a rehashing of the same material by and large. So it was great.
Depends on the topic, though. No, it depends on the topic. Yeah, it depends on the topic.
Of course, yeah, exactly. So they'll take you on a real deep dive. That's why they're so well known as experts in their field. But it was just refreshing to. You know, with Brooks, to really listen closely to the exchange of ideas the two of you had, and Cliff High as well. Now, what I was going to say about Brooks is that we've got him coming up here this Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's 11 out on the East Coast. And Wednesdays, don't forget, folks, always have people ask, and it's like, I don't know how many times I have to make this clear, but especially to people who I'm almost certain I've had, you know, presented this information to time and time again. But yeah, 1 p.m. In Tokyo and Seoul time zones on Wednesdays when that'll be, of course, too. But with Brooks, it'll mostly be focusing probably on the election and COVID, of course, and maybe if your interview with him regarding the Hollow Earth, I thought would be interesting. Just a quick overview of that. But what do you think? What do you think of the election results? You think it was clean and fair and square, or do the people that are complaining, the Republicans, and let's not forget there's others as well too that are just objective, neutral observers that are calling bullshit in a lot of ways too. Hence the hundreds of affidavits that we're seeing now issued and put forward. But I mean, maybe you've got a different way of looking at things as far as the recent presidential election was concerned.
You can count on that. You'll never get the run-of-the-mill view from me, because I don't care if everybody is disagreeing with me. You will never get anything else than my honest take on things. And since I am making an art out of never falling into the partisan trap, either people will love what I say or they will hate what I say, depending on how partisan they are themselves. No shenanigans. If I think it was an honest election, it hasn't been an honest election since the 90s, maybe the 60s. So why would it be any different this time? The interesting thing this time is that it seems that the morons on the Republican side are waking up to it. Of course, they think it's just now and it's just Trump. But if it can help shedding light on the mockery that is American elections, the most unfree democratic state in the world, sure, it's a good thing. Unfortunately, this whole area is ridden with fake news, and not just on the mainstream side where they say nothing to see here, everything is fine, but also on the MAGA side, or I should say, as you know, I'm not a QAnon. In fact, I despise the whole QAnon thing. Not the followers. I can understand that they need hope, but unfortunately, it's a fucking interlope. The whole thing. It's so great because if you can because those people who support QAnon are per definition anti-establishment, power critical, leaning people. Now, so if you can co-opt that, hijack it into a bubble of bullshit, first off, so outlandish that you will never get the mainstream to support it. That's very important in the intel games, that anytime they want to squash voices, oppositions, you have to isolate them, put them into a bubble, an echo chamber, where when people are sleepwalkers from the outside, they just look like these insane dogs. So that's number one. And number two, you have to influence, you have to control the voices that influence them. And in QAnon is perfect because they don't have to corrupt someone, pressure, blackmail, bribe someone. It's Anon, right? So they can just feed the bullshit directly without having any accountability voice. So that's the tragedy here, that it's so much rumors and bullshit that has no root in reality. And you would think, okay, let's just lean back and wait until they see that the prediction doesn't come true. Then they will wake up, abandon it, and move on to a more healthy outlet in the same vein. But that doesn't happen because they've been studying cults and sects forever, including the biggest sect of all called society, and they know how to make this thing going. So every time doomsday prophecy, whatever, doesn't come through, they find the most lame excuses, and the people rationalize it to make it, to excuse it, to justify it. Because, and here's the thing, they're not following it because of the truth of it, or the honesty of it, or the research of it, or whatever. It's because they have already made an emotional decision, like a faith-based, I'm already decided I'm a Catholic. So if the priest is grabbing his little boys' penises, I'll find, it was just that one case, or no, it's the lying media, or no, it was God's will. You see what I mean? That's how it works. And when they can do stuff like that, when they can have people divided into partisan hackery, two wings that attack each other, while those who control both wings are the same people, if you can do that, and in addition take the most extreme of them, the most angry of them, the most rebellious of them, and funnel it into a black hole of nonsense and bullshit, and isolate them from the rest, so that you can even start hunting them down and censoring them, like they did with Alex Jones, then you will rule forever. So in my view, those people who are wanting sincere changes on the left or the right, because they are on both wings, because it's not a left versus right, it's a establishment versus the populace. So I don't care which populism you follow. If you do follow a populism, you have to realize that you are on the same side as the other one who has another opinion about value-based, cultural-based things, because that's what they use. They're using culture and identity politics to seduce us. I know I've been bitching about this before too when I've been on your show, but it's more actual now than ever. Just look at the new Biden administration. What is that? It is the war machine and the multinational corporation machine. It is the neocons and neolibs, the worst of the worst, only in a plural wrapping. Oh, this time we're gonna have a female dropping the bombs. Oh, this time we're gonna have a colored people screwing your salary, etc. So identity politics is what they are using. It's just a gift that never stops giving to the rulers that be. On both sides, by the way, there's just as much identity politics on the right. If someone on the right says, no, I don't care, this guy has the wrong religion, or this person is not against abortion, or this person is the wrong ethnicity, then I don't care. I would rather go against him than the man at the top who's screwing the both of us. So you see, identity politics, culture politics, it's never been this bad, never. The further back in time you go, the more it actually doesn't exist almost. And that's why politics is much worse now than it ever was, even back in the day when there wasn't as much options when it came to news sources.
Just going to give a shout out to the folks we have join us here via the interwebs. Of course, we are harnessing the Restream technology, so we are able to hit a handful of different platforms over the course of this week's live stream, episode number 210 of Pirate Radio Podcasts. Our host, myself, your host, the Robin Hood's Chief Communications Officer, Jaffe Ryder, with our return guest via Svalbard, Norway, LB, host of the Forum Borealis podcast. A lot of great shows archived. If people take the time to check out the show description area, his Podbean website, actually, that link was quite handy, and we found there was a lot that we were able to access as far as the content is concerned. So, but let's quickly just give a shout out to the folks we see here via YouTube: Barbecue Jim, Janie Walker, Dick Saka Jehovah, first time listener. It's 11:11. Isn't that something, Mr. or Mrs. Jehovah? So, Ed Kaufman, glad to be here, says Ed, longtime follower of Forum Borealis, an ex-cult, and yeah, hang on a second. We got you. We got the channel. We got to open your channel up here, Al. We actually shut. Typically, we try to reduce on noise and interference and all that kind of not so wonderful stuff. We mute the guest channel while we're doing our little interjections with description and rundown of different with information and so forth. But yeah, Ed is saying here he's an ex-cultist and that you do know each other. He was a member of the Unification Church, the Moonies, for 36 years. Had his awakening in 2014. On the bright side of things, Ed, I guess you managed to pick up a free Korean wife, more or less, presumably. Not that all Moonies are Koreans necessarily. My understanding is they are in abundance as well over in Japan and the U.S. as well too. So, but that he found the Forum Borealis podcast and Al because of his shows on Martin Bormann. So, Kiwi Bear with Musa, Professor Bauer saying that it's about ideology. Trump was losing a deep state act, somewhat similar to JFK, Watergate, and Reagan taking a bullet. Who else do we have? Well, Forum Borealis as well too. Yeah, sure. That's great that you're joining us there in the YouTube area. Have you heard about, speaking of JFK and Trump versus the deep state, what looks like maybe his last few days in office, possibly, then again, maybe not. I do believe, my way of seeing things, that there still remains clearly a path to victory for him, and it would not be unprecedented. There's been two other administrations, both I think in the 19th century, which did pursue a similar course via the Supreme Court, and ultimately even the House of Representatives is the way it works. I don't know if you know about that or not, Ed, but an NSAM number 57. I know you had Daniel Litz, I believe is how you pronounce his name, the dark journalist, on your show a while back. I've yet to hear the interview, listen to it, but that's probably one of the first things I'll do after we finish our conversation.
I've had him on twice.
Yeah, what a great guy! What
Let me give a shout out to Bauer, sure. Professor Bauer and Ed Kaufman. Those two names ring bells indeed. Kaufman, I think, is a member of my. He's a subscriber to my site. I think that because I've seen that name many times. I think it's there. Great having you on board. I hope we get a comment and question from you, Ed. Bauer is the chap. You know, we've tried to get you on my show forever because of that damn, what's it called? An alternative to Skype. What's it called? Everybody uses it these days.
Oh, Discord.
No, it's something else. But Zoom.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a joint show with you and Bauer. In fact, I think you two guys, you should have Bauer on,
sure.
Regardless of me, and he should have you on too. He has his own, just like you, he has a great voice for radio, and he also has, and he's pretty bright, and I haven't listened to too much of him, but what I have listened is solid stuff. So, you guys would play nice together, but let's just give up that project because it doesn't work. So before we hang up today, Jaffe, I needed to make an appointment with you to get you on. And then if Bauer want to come on my show, I'll just have a one-to-one with him too, because this joint thing hasn't worked for a year now.
Well,
much to do with Zoom, of course. But...
Well, and let's not forget, we've got Operation Secret Santa coming up here once again in just, oh boy, it's 10 days, as a matter of fact, based on what we're looking at here via South Korea. So we kick off each and every year, December 15th. It's a 10-day campaign. And what we ask of now I know you don't live stream, but you've heard us talk about this in the past, that we're working on bringing on board as many people as we can to essentially pay it forward or pass on the baton or pick up the baton from others and pass it forward. Pledge as much live streaming time as they can in support of this Operation Secret Santa World Charity campaign, outreach and relief, talent, telethon, Christmas extravaganza. So we have a web link at the top of our website, WPRPN.com. It's an open source project, as is pretty much the rest of the entire network, so that if you've got more to add to things and it's a good idea and it seems that it'll work, we can definitely incorporate that and use that to better, beef up and improve the community and its general overall functioning ability, shall we say. So Yeah, no, look, man, as you probably know, we're open to talking to pretty much whoever is out there that has a interesting story to share with us, or is a personality of some sort with something that our listeners will find in some way intriguing or captivating, and takes them hopefully on a journey where uh, they have never been up until this point in time. So typically we look for one big name via social media, someone who's, like we had Jordan Maxwell on a number of months ago. He would qualify. And immediately, of course, he picks up thousands of views. Whereas a lot of the other folks that we book, we're lucky to get a couple hundred in the course of a few weeks, let's say, if it's a good show.
But there's two things to say about that. One, it's because you are hardcore idealists. You're not into this for neither the ego nor the money nor anything like that. And of course, that's being punished by all the world's algorithms. Second, you don't do much to, I think, in my view, to promote it anyway. For example, you should be on a podcast platform. I'm starting to get as many listeners there as I had on YouTube. And I do recommend Podbean, which I use, because it's
Can we upload our shows there, is what you're saying?
Of course, even videos.
And it's free?
No, it's not free, but it's one of the cheaper ones. Well, it is free. They have a free solution, and then they have like tiers, right?
Yeah.
So next level, you pay a little. I pay, but not much. So it's one of the cheaper ones, and you get pretty, what you say in English, good buck for your...
decent bang for your buck. Yeah. Decent returns on your investment.
So I would recommend you flush it out on podcasts too, because the thing with podcasts is that it's not as controlled yet as YouTube. I mean, they have their own way to do things, but you can actually grow and it's much more organic reach there. By the way, I see Bauer gave the name of his show. Let's give that a shout out. It's Nexus Nextcast, and it's pretty similar to your stuff, man. I'm telling you, you should cross pollinate. You guys, you will get his people, he will get yours, because you're part of the same thing actually. Very similar. And one more thing, Kaufman reminded me. He helped me get Dolan back on my show, because I had Dolan on early on, but then Dolan took off and became a big shot like Hancock, and it was impossible to reach him. But thanks to Ed, he noticed us again, and Dolan is very picky with whom he lets interview him these days. But fortunately, he remembered us, and so we got him back. That show is not yet out to the public, but it is out to our subscribers. And it will come out on a podcast, because you may have noticed, Jaffe, that our podcast channel has many, many more shows than our YouTube channel. In fact, I think we have like 20 shows unreleased on YouTube at the podcast platform.
Yeah, I didn't look at the numbers actually so much as I was interested in doing what I could to get my hands on the shows, downloading them, and having them archived here. So we have we have a lot of folders with your work here throughout our digital library that we've put together over the years. So a big thanks and word of appreciation for the work you've done. And in fact, now, what is it that you look for as far as, speaking of tiers of support and so forth? You have a Patreon account in place, and I know with the introduction to your shows, whoever that sweet-sounding angel is, probably your girlfriend. I'm not sure if that's the hot babe that you've got sitting on your very scantily clad... We've got that.
Is that pic in this? In today's show?
It's running. It should be popping up from time to time. That's right. So you dirty devil, you. But oh boy, yeah, what a sweet thing. Most definitely.
Bella,
So
yeah, she gets a lot of some hilarious comments from people. Yeah.
I'm guessing that's the same woman. I could be wrong. Just a young, fair maiden and Valkyrie type um, personality of or character of sorts. But okay, well that aside, she talks about a dollar in donations for unlocking or accessing your content. You have done for us what we do for others. When we have people on our show, everything is that we have to offer, pretty much not everything, but a lot of things is provided just it's not free, it's complimentary, which
Mm.
is a way of, if you know, like when I would go in the past and do live stage performances with music, that people talk about, oh, like a free beer, basically a free drink. It's not a free drink, folks, it's a complimentary beverage. Okay. It's a way of saying, all right, good job, we appreciate that. So it's the same thing from our end here, that if we can give you something in return and just as a gesture, a way of saying thanks, we'll definitely do that. And that's why we have these subdomain URLs in place that you can come on board, WPRPN.com. I don't think you've done this or signed up. There's two levels. There's the free approach, and then there's the other way. You should do both, of course, if you have the interest or time. And you just put together, like we've done with Jaffe's Man Cave. Let's take a look at that. That's an example of what you can do. And you've got a central social media hub with all your basic links. You'd have your Podbean, Twitter, and main Forum Borealis one as well too, pictures and just an overview summary of what you're all about, and there you go. It just helps to direct traffic to your main websites via our it's like an not information aqueduct. It's not quite the word way of via. It's an info duct of sorts. So anyways, but
Aqueduct, how antique.
pardon me.
Information aqueduct. That's so antique.
Well, yeah, and another thing too. Don't forget the whole. Maybe one of the reasons ourselves and Mr. Professor Kaufman here, as a
Yeah,
Kaufman or
nice.
Bauer.
Professor Bauer.
Bauer, yes, okay, might strike up a bit of rapport, is because as it came to me the other day, probably while I was putting my coffee together in the kitchen, that we're fully committed to lobbing as many liberty-fueled truth bombs as possible. Liberty-fueled truth bombs. That's and that's central to our mandate. So if we can do, I mean, hey, we're pirates, right? Digital pirates out here on the high the cyber seas of the interwebs. Did you know as well too that this word cyber comes from the Greek, meaning to what exactly? Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, sure.
Cyber means to navigate or to steer. That's all it means. Think about that. To navigate or to steer, from the ancient, I think probably Koine Greek. So it's a really
navigate the high seas. Yeah. So every pirate is a cyber.
There you go. Yeah, we're all commanders of our own little ships out here on the high digital seas. So exactly. And what we're working on doing is helping to nurture the grassroots and form more of a populist, I suppose, really armada of free thinkers, which, if, for example, liberty-minded folk generally, but that's neither here nor there, because ultimately, of course, it's up to everyone what they want to feel and reckon and decide regarding any number of the issues. All we can do is encourage to educate both ourselves and maybe at some point others, if they are, feel so inclined with the information we present. But something I was going to say now about, oh God, this business of, there we go, showing my age once again, slipped my mind. It'll come back to me in a moment here or two. But listen, hey, we've got some interesting talking points here, and one I definitely want to get to, because Brooks, you and Brooks, he skipped it over right at the point where I was waiting for, Tell me the story. What happened? What was going on? Your grandfather was a miner. Your grandfather was a miner.
My or his?
Well, he was a coal miner, supposedly, is what you were telling us there in the show.
My grandfather was a miner. No, not coal. It was
silver.
Did I talk about that on air? Wow.
Dude, I mean, and that you were the only one who believed the story that he told you. The rest of your family laughed at him, maybe mocked him. He was a really serious guy, is the way he described him.
Yeah, you want to hear that story?
Dude, and he claimed to have seen something underground. We didn't get the details. What did he tell you? This is important stuff.
Iron pyrite they were mining.
Pyrite.
Does that make
so like fool's gold? That sounds like fool's gold.
Fool's gold. Indeed, fool's gold. And his grandson digged for gold. Now, he was an agnostic. He grew up in the 20s and the 30s, right? So it's completely different century and zeitgeist. But he was an agnostic, and meaning that whole part of the family had no spiritual or religious. If anything, they were critical and against it. You know how religion and the church has been used to suppress and keep people in check. It's been a tool for the establishment, basically. Now they have mass media and internet and all that in Hollywood, but back then religion was opium for the people, to paraphrase Marx, which is true. I mean, there can be many opiums for the people, and I bet Ed Kaufman can attest to this, having been in the Moonies. Now, anyway, so he was a Virgo by sign. They are very dry and down to earth, very particular. He never told stories or joked or anything like that. Not his personality at all. But when he was a child, well, not a child, I think he was like 12, 14, they couldn't shop at the local store. Something about, I don't know if the credit was up or this was in during the Depression. So they were not allowed to do that. They had to walk for a few hours to the closest, to another place. And that was, this is Norway, right? So there's a lot of nature. So this wasn't actually underground, but it was in the area where they were mining. And so he was walking with his mother because his father was sick and they needed food. So suddenly in the side of the road, two, what we call nisse in our folk tales, but that's just a word, right? So who knows what this was, but it looks like old people, but they were small like children. And they were popping up from the side of the road, from the, and they were saying like, hoo, 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 hoo. I'm just looking up a word here, sorry. Yeah, from the trench ditch at the side. And then they popped down again. And he was shocked and he pointed, look, mother, look at that. What's that? And it was so interesting. Her reaction was just like to ignore it. No, don't pay attention. And they were just walking on. And then it happened further ahead in the road again. They would have to get up and run along the side then if it was two children or two people doing this. Or if they were super fast, they probably could run into the forest and coming around again if they had super speed. And so they popped up again further ahead. And, oh, look, mother, there it is again. Nothing to see here, son. Move on. Her reaction is as weird as the phenomenon itself. And it happened a third time. I forgot the details around this, but basically that's the gist of it, that these two, and he described them to me, and they were clothed in what we call nisse clothes. Now, nisse is probably, in English, you have a a notion for it. It's pretty close to what you call Santa's elves, because what we call elves is not what you call elves. So Santa's elves are like small Santa Clauses, right? Where they have this top cap. So it was kind of that, but that can be a projection. That can be how our locals were perceiving this stuff. That's what they grew up with, right? Stories about that. So whatever these creatures were that he was perceiving, he may have clothed them in, a 12-year-old child making sense of this phenomenon. And his mother refused to discuss this with him in the future. And he said to his dying day, he said, I have no idea what that was. And, it's just a big mystery for me. And back then, the world wasn't so industrialized and digitalized. So, today there's frequencies everywhere, birds, bees, bats falling down from the sky, whales stranding, insects. And that's because we are flushing our atmosphere and our space with different frequencies where we are disturbing the natural order of things. So I think, and I'm not alone in this, that contributes to these frequencies not being perceived anymore. Because I think it's like a rift in the astral layer, to put it in a magical language. It could be explained scientifically, but we have a language for this from older days. So it's kind of where two worlds, two dimensions converge, so to speak. It's like, I don't think it's entirely physical, but it's not like a mind phenomenon either. It's not psychological in that sense. It is an objective energy. The closest thing you would get to understanding this is actually reading the old books of Jacques Vallée, the UFO researcher of all things. His first books, like Messengers of Deception, Passport to Magonia, and stuff like that, Invisible College. He basically explains in a more scientific way what we're dealing with here potentially, not just in the manifestation that my grandfather experienced it, but also in other manifestations. Does that make sense?
Jacques Vallée, one of the main advisors to Spielberg on his Close Encounters of the Third Kind movie, from what I understand. So, yes, messengers of the gods, as you say, and many other
messengers of deception. And the reason is that, and there's a very important distinction there, because he argues that this whole phenomenon is a deception played on us deliberately. The meaning of the phenomenon is not for this entity or this device or whatever to get from A to B. It is to be seen. He made a statistic analysis of it. And if the statistics would hold, then you would encounter such a thing every 5 minutes. If this was just accidental encounters, you see what I mean? So you can read that in his book. It's solid stuff. So you can infer a lot of stuff by doing some meticulous research. And one of the things he was forced to realize is that this phenomenon itself is the point of it. It is deliberately being, just like in my grandfather's case, he didn't stumble over these creatures. They were seeking to be seen like that by him. So, By the way, today I said I only had 12 hours to announce this to my people, so almost nobody has noticed that we are on today. But I did say that we're going to interact with them. So at some point, I want us to go through their questions and comments. I already have noticed one from Ed that I want to get to. But I'll tell you this, Jaffe. Next time you have me on, let's set the date long in advance. Let me promote this decently on all areas, even on air to my people, because they have never been able to interact like we do now. And you mentioned that people could call in. Is that correct? Do you have the facility to take phone calls?
Skype, Pirate One
calls?
Radio at gmail.com. That's via the Skype app. The VoIP, voice over internet protocol app, works similar to Discord or Zoom. Pirate One Radio at gmail.com. It's as simple as that. So yeah, there are.
So let's make a deal, Jaffe. If I can plug that to my people, that you can interact with us. Let's put a date in the future. We can mention it when you come on my show too. And then for the first time, they will be able to engage directly, either through chat or also through spoken word, because I've always wanted to do that ever since I started to get listeners, because, you know, some shows have morons as listeners, and I wouldn't want to hear from them. Time wasters. But my show, it feels like I'm bragging now, but it's my sincere opinion, has more bright audience than, you know, just my own. It's not a scientific research, but when I compare it to comments and mails and feedbacks from other shows, I'm pretty proud of that. So I would want, these are people who would have something to contribute. At least they can raise very interesting topics and ask very good questions and come with very worthwhile to listen to inputs. So I would love to have a show like that. So if you would facilitate that, I'm sure we could get a few thousand listeners live for that. So is that a deal? You come on my show and then we also promote that thing for your show?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The problem this go around was just with the Twitter. You know, I had sent you that the messages on November 15th was with the date, actually, if you go back and check things. But you, for whatever reason, claimed not to have got any notifications. So that was really weird.
It's not just a claim. I can document it to you. So, but don't be surprised. It's our own. We're spanking ourselves using Twitter as a communication channel. Really.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why I prefer things like Skype. Minds.com works really well. You haven't been over there lately at all. Unfortunately, we've noticed. Yeah. So, which you should do more of, because they're rapidly expanding, and we can tag you, remind your content, and share it with others. Not a problem.
It's starting to get pathetic. Every time you have me on, I'm saying, yes, I'm going to go to Minds. Yes, I'm going to go to Minds. So I'm so embarrassed. But,
and you talk about it on your show. I heard you just with the shows that you do with Cliff High and Brooks, that you were talking about it. So you just got to get more engaged. That's one of the key terms that we've come up with here, that this activist, you know, kind of moniker is, that's no, you know, we got to stop using the tools that the powers that be give us to presumably make our life better, or that some people think are actually going to free us and liberate us from you know, the suffering and problems in the world. So language is a great place to start with the programming that takes place. We need to learn to reprogram ourselves, hopefully, ideally, in an autonomous, that's self-naming, folks, autonomous manner, rather than having some third-party outside force or entity, agency, such as, once again, the powers that be. And the word government simply does mean mind control. I'm not sure if people realize that or not, but yeah, gubermente in English, or Latin rather, government in English. Gubern is to control, mente is the mind. Anytime we see that mente suffix, testament, parliament, firmament, so on and so forth, I'm sure folks out there listening can think of a whole lot, many more examples, but it just means mind. So yeah, that's something that. So with this whole business of and autonomy is really what it all goes
Yeah,
back
and
to.
Minds is decent. They are autonomous. I
Yeah.
do support them. In fact, I want to interview their creator. But here's the thing: the reason I'm not on Minds today is because we took that bypass detour by going through the podcast channels. It takes a lot of time to understand a system, upload it, make a new home, digital home. Takes a lot of time. So I've spent this year getting on the podcasts. So now the next step is Minds. It's going to be Minds long before BitChute.
Library is another outlet to consider. We've heard a lot about that, and I think it's free as well too, where you can archive your shows. You mentioned BitChute. We're over there as well. We like it a lot, actually, way more than YouTube. YouTube for us is just a place where we can live stream and talk to people. So if there's another forum, Minds can apparently accommodate this, but I've yet to get my head wrapped around it. It probably needs somebody to take me by the hand and actually walk me through things. So, the old expression, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats,
he starts smelling.
The rest of he starts smelling, is that what you said?
Yeah.
He's able to provide for himself and hopefully his family the rest of his life, assuming that there's actually any fish left in the polluted waters that have been manufactured and come that we see now in all too many places with the industrial toxins and the refuse and so on and so forth, which leads me to another topic, just kind of with a segue of sorts, and we can circle back to any of these other subjects we covered already in stand-up comedic terms. It's known as a callback for people who are interested in knowing about that. But so people talk about the environment and carbon. It's all carbon. These people are part of the carbon cult. Just now, it's many of the same people that are part of the vaccine cult, same people that are part of the you got to mask yourself cult. It's always these same. You can almost almost predict where they're coming from things and who they probably big Biden supporters as well too when it comes right down to it. If you look at the states, by and large, demographically. I'm not sure of how many Biden supporters there are out there. The vast majority, I can almost guarantee you, are just totally, they've been sold on the whole business of how awful COVID, how deadly it is. And
exactly. Same with vaccines, the same with carbon. Yeah. It's just, look, the problem isn't the bad actors like the chills and propagandists and intel agents and all these people who try to shape us world serving the oligarchs. They are not the problem because they are very few people and they are easy to beat in an honest discussion anyway. If it was honest research, honest debate, whatever, honest information outlets. That's why I have to rig everything, because they don't have arguments. That's why they have to distract us with ad hominem or cultural arguments, etc.
Yeah.
No, the problem
Fallacies.
The problem is twofold. It's the press, most of all. Never. I mean, if you go back to the 60s and the 70s, even the 80s, although there was no such thing as the internet, there was a million different press outlets. Media wasn't bought and controlled as much as today. Now they are owned by a few people, right? But there was actual independent media houses, because some media was trying to be neutral. Some media was tied up to direct interests. And back then there was an interest society. Society was a battle between, not necessarily a battle, it could also be cooperation, but it was like an organic, it was different interest groups that kept some kind of terror balance between them. So for example, in my country, many different political parties would have their own media outlets. Then there would be other interest groups like labor unions would have media, the owners would have media, so you would have religious factions would have media. So there was a battle for the attention of the public, and in that battle you had to have a scoop. A scoop didn't mean that I get to lick the ass of a celebrity. No, it meant that you would reveal something shocking. Everybody went to where they perceived the truth was. So you could break such a case as Watergate, and people would support that. So it was a completely different climate. It was easier to get truth out back then than it is now. When I say now, I mean now and not 10 years ago, because 10 years ago there wasn't this censorship and algorithm, etc. So the complete collapse of the media is one of the largest problems in the world today. Not that it's the most serious problem. I mean, it's a more serious problem that we have lockdowns and people are losing their job, or like in America, the CARES Act, where they loot 10 trillions, I think is the number, more than they even did in 2008, or when they start to, it's in Paris right now, millions of people out in the street protesting. In India, 250 million people.
Hold it. Millions in Paris, or hundreds of thousands?
Okay, in Paris, I forgot the number, but from the
significant. London as well.
That I don't know, because
it is. Yeah, David Icke is leading some big rallies. Fuck this mask bullshit, and so hashtag COVID-1984.
Okay,
scamdemic.
Let me just fulfill the reasoning. I was going on a long road here. I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if it is millions, because there was millions last time in France. It was the Orange West. So I really forgot. But 250 million in general strike in India. That's the largest strike ever so far. Now, where am I going with this? All those things are more serious than the press, but the problem is that in the equation of problems, it begins with the press. That's step one. So that's why I'm saying that's the most urgent problem, because as long as the filter of information coming out is controlled, then you'll have, like you and me, sitting here in the dark cellars of the underground online underground, discussing. But that's no problem for the powers that be, because millions of people aren't listening to us. So that's the problem, the press, because we need to get John Doe over at our side, which is why you should never alienate those with another opinion than you. You'll never persuade them by trash talking them and attacking them. And even if you know about outlandish weird things, you must never start at the deep end, because they will shut down and they will discount you, and they will be even more loyal minions to the powers that be. You should always try to engage with those you communicate with on their level. When in Rome, do as the Romans, adjust to their paradigm. That's a principle I've always used. I have like a million different guests on my show from completely different areas, and most of them many wouldn't get along, most of them wouldn't agree, they wouldn't even understand each other, because it's such a different topics. So what do I have to do in order to engage with so different people? Well, I have to meet them at their home base. And then if I have some message or something I want to convey, I have to do it in their language. And everybody who listens to this have to understand this principle, because if we can influence other people more than the fake stream, shame stream media, then this helps, because it is really a battle of awareness right now. And it's on the acceleration is now on speed to the 1984 society. There's no middle class anymore. There's no, everybody is being, I'm going to get back to that, but it goes to the left-right equation again. So we have to reach those people that we love to hate, that we hate because they are so stupid. Oh, how can you believe that? Or how can you subscribe to other explanations, other paradigms, other values. We all have the common interest that we need to get the man off our back. I don't care if I'm joining hands with a Jehovah's Witness or whatever, right? You can be as complete different from me. I need you in this battle because it's like one man controlling 10,000 other people, and the 10,000 other people are infighting, and the one man can get away with it. Of course, that one man have a couple of minions that have sold out and are facilitating his power, but that's basically what's going on in the world today. And it's never been like that because it's always been in small scopes. Earlier, a nation could be fucked, but there was always an area at the globe where there was freedom or something more resembling society you would prefer. But we are going down a road where the entire world is getting into that grip. And if that happens, it's bye-bye, because you cannot race up against this machine in any old school way. You can't take to weapon. Good luck. Try, if you're an American, you think you can have a weapon revolution. First off, most people are brainwashed, so they won't support you. So you will be a minority anyway. Second of all, you have the biggest war machine against you. So you can't do it with weapons. You can't do it with information because they control the press. You could do it with information before, but that goes back to the press again, right? And if you want those people who disagree to wake up and on your side, you have to reach them, and you can't do that with attacking them. You have to understand where they are and adjust. The only weapon left right now is general strikes. And I don't see that happening in America, but in the rest of the world that can happen. You can bring down a government, you can bring down even corporations with striking. It's a very effective, very old tool that hasn't been used so much in a long time.
Yeah, because the unions have all been completely made redundant. They're no longer part of the equation, really. Yeah, here's the thing. Think about the unions. Hey, think about the unions, Al, the way that historically they used to be about, how was it, what you call them, leftists, Democrats, the big party of the unions historically in America. And there's just so much flip-flopping that has taken place over the years. But that they were all about, closed borders. They wanted their secure wages kept in place. And they wanted jobs for the working man in the unions. With the open borders, that really changes things in a big way. You talk about striking. Well, just have these people replaced by undocumented migrants, people coming from the third world and beyond.
Yeah, I can explain what happened there.
They're supporting it, though. That's the thing. That OAC.
Yeah, and I can explain why.
They're supporting it, heavily promoting.
Yeah, I can explain why. Because in Norway and in Europe, we still have a left. You don't have a left in America. What you call the Democrats are to the right of our most right-wing conservative governments. Now, here's what happened. Originally, and some part of the left in Europe are still in that old school. Yeah, we need borders. We need to protect wages, right? We can't just flood the working market with 1 million cheap workers because that will collapse everything. So we still have people on the left who are like that. But what happened is that neoliberalism and neoconservatism, which neoconservatism isn't conservative, neoliberal isn't liberal in the real sense of the word. Liberal means freedom, right? But when that came, they used something very interesting, because on the left, not only did they protect the borders, but they also said, look, we are all ruled by the upper class, which means I don't want to fight my brother because he's got brown skin, for example. So they had nationalism and anti-racism at the same time, because they understood that we're all in the same boat, which is a sentiment I support. Now, neoliberalism took the racism thing deliberately. and they still do. And they try to use that to break open the nationalism door. Well, when I say nationalism, I don't mean it in the sense that, Hitler, we are the best and everybody else are below us. I mean, just having a healthy sense of wanting the best for your nation, protecting the borders, protecting the work market, etc. And so they use, again, identity politics to crush economic politics or real politics. That's how that happened. And then suddenly in the new so-called left, it's like, oh, I have to be anti-racist. Oh, that means that if, the American president is Afro-American, then I have to support him, even if he is bombing countries with brown people. See what I mean? They use, so now they have Neera Tanden. God, what a bitch. And she's one of the new administrators. She was arguing for not just attacking Libya, but also taking their oil or forcing them to finance the war against them. It's like, okay, I'm going to invade you, and then after I've invaded you, you're going to pay for it. That's fascism. Oh, but she's a female. Oh, and she has an Indian heritage, so we can't touch it. That's the brilliance of identity politics. You have the picture up in your stream here, right? The two different planes bombing. One of them have, gender, what's it called?
Republican versus Democrat, the different.
Yeah, but the one has this rainbow flag, and
sure.
Yeah, so that's what it's all about. So it's all about identity politics, robbing any sensible perspective, and it boils down to one: we have to reach people, and we don't do that in echo chambers, and we don't do that by warring. War against the powers, the corporations and the governments. Don't war against the idiots who are following them. Try to wake them up, meet them at their own terms. And then you have to start very carefully, because some of them are so hypnotized into a mainstream paradigm but every people with mainstream paradigm have cracks in it. Like Leonard Cohen says, there's a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. And in these pandemic times, it's perfect, because people are starting to, because before you could keep them in hypnosis, because they were fed, they had work, they had Hollywood, they had the mass media. Sleep well, right? Rest in peace. But now, every normal human being hypnotized by the machine in sleep are starting to getting afraid and uneasy. And some of them are waking up just because of that. Because when you rob them from the mesmerism tools, the hypnotic tools, then it's so much easier to rob them, to wake them. If you, in America, they're losing 50% will lose their homes now. People are losing healthcare. The poor bastards don't even have healthcare, unlike you and me, Jaffa. So, and they're losing it, and they're taking pay cuts. The few people who keep their jobs, all that stuff helps to wake them up. So, it is when you remove the tools of suppression. The tools of suppression isn't a whip anymore, man. It isn't a whip. It's the carrot. It's the hypnotizing tools. And they are getting removed now because of the pandemic. So it's a blessing in disguise. And people are more afraid than ever. Oh my God, they buy into the pandemic, right? Oh, we can die here. Then you can reach them. And then you try to reach them very carefully. You don't start to ramble and rant about UFOs and interdimensional stuff and lizard people, but you start with a few things that they can understand. And I'm putting my hopes in America, actually, even though it's so bad there, precisely because it is so bad there. You know what? Again, let me quote Prophet Cohen. He says, "It's coming to America first, the cradle of the best and the worst. It's there they've got the range and the machinery for change. It's there they've got a spiritual thirst." So I hope that by America now, USA now, breaking the back of the population, some of them will even more be, rally behind the powers that be, but most of them will in some form or another become power critical. And if we can reach them, especially on social media, which is why Operation Mockingbird also is extending to manipulating social media. Now they're also trying to control what you can share with your grandmother, precisely because they know it's a tool for power criticism, for uprising. Look at the revolutions that went on in the Middle East. Some of them were co-opted, yes, but many of them, all of them were thanks to social media. So we are in, like Alex Jones says, it is an info war. Now, Alex Jones is not a good person to pitch to Sleepwalker, right? That's why they attacked him first. But
gay frogs, yeah.
I mean, I'm not criticizing what he says. If you take
what they do is they straw man, though. That's the thing, the straw man. Yes. Well, Alex Jones gay, therefore, or the school shooting out. What was the name of the big school shooting there? That sort of thing, and they try to quote him or take what he's saying out of context.
And Pizzagate. That was
which really, folks, I mean, yeah, they try to frame it. It's all about the framing. A lot of it is the framing. They try to frame it in that context when really it's pedogate is what it is. And that's why I constantly, I'm not hashtagging, fuck this Pizzagate nonsense, hashtag pedogate. You hear that? If you follow what I'm doing out in social media, you see a lot of that going on, because that's the truth of the matter. Going back to at least as far well beyond the Franklin School cover-up, of course. That was just one of when it really broke into not quite the mainstream, but more people began to hear about these things, which, as one of our commentators here in the YouTube chat has been talking about, I think it's either Ed Kaufman or Professor Bauer, the business of the apocalypse. And I've for quite some time now discussed this whole matter that yes, we are living, I would say, in the age of the apocalypse. It's nothing to be necessarily all that concerned about, although there is a great awakening taking place, ideally, a great deal of light that is being shone into these areas, places where up until now were dark and occulted, hidden. And they still are trying to do their best to keep it that way. But there's so much happening right now, including the election results. Ultimately, will Trump concede? That's going to be, if he does, that will really take the nation in a lot different direction than had he fought it out. And if it was me, I would stick to my guns. I believe he's got a lot to although some would question whether he's the sort of character who has this within his makeup or not, but he owes it to the American people, just on the philosophical grounds of electoral integrity, maintaining some integrity to what is taking place. And for years, once again, we've been speaking out here about things like the electoral phony voting machines they've had in place, from Diebold all the way up now to Dominion. And now we're seeing Antifa's role in that with this Eric Coomer character. But, and then it's all, the perfect storm. Amazing how with the technocrats there, I'm sure just loving it. The bureaucrats that you have at play, busy at work over there, busy little bees that they are, including the types of Klaus Schwab, who is all about this great reset agenda. That's coming to light now, thanks largely in part to technology such as the internet. And that is one of the reasons why, of course, they want to do what they can to shut us down. I don't think it's all about advertising revenue necessarily, although that might be part of it, of course. But the truth is a powerful thing. There's no doubt about that. And it's something that where we need to maintain the fight. Of course, I'm here for the long term. My father years ago asked me, why are you constantly wanting to go out and martyr yourself, is the way he put it, although I wasn't going out of my way to find myself in that sort of extreme type situation. But yeah, I mean, I'm the sort of person who will stick to my principles and see things through until there is some reasonable answers that are presented and resolution or reform in a positive manner. So that's one of the reasons I'm actually here in Korea, believe it or not. I do believe my karmic, if you want to call it destiny, although those two words might be somewhat in opposition to one another, but let's just leave that aside for the time being. I finished my work in Canada with the hemp movement, as it were, and ending in the small way that I was able to manage. Right, I wrote a few songs as one of the things, and did a little performing here and there. So that had an impact for sure. The audience was not always the most friendly, especially, I mean, when you're playing songs like "What About the Trees" and "Hemp for Victory" to audiences full of people whose lives depend on the logging industry. You can pretty much be assured that they don't want to see much in the way of change, especially when it comes to diversifying the market, as it were, diversifying what you are able to, the economy, regional economy, and which is unfortunate because, as Darwin quite simply put it in his Origin of Species book, the bottom line, folks, was diversify or die. It's as simple as that. Diversify as die. So I'm not a total Darwin cultist, or part of the cult of his personality, or Marx, or anybody else, frankly. But I'm happy to pick and choose, and where I see truth, what I regard as truth, I've definitely is it like a intellectual magpie type approach or way of doing things. But if these things resonate with me, for sure. So but yeah, we got a lot of work to do, and each of us in our own little way, it's having an effect. And that's why I do believe, got to, I mean, because we're pushing back, and they're cracking down in a big way. Of course, this COVID 1984 business is just a total. I mean, come on, folks. It started when? Back in February was when it really, I was put out of work here, basically, to a large extent in Korea, and essentially have lost so much in the way of revenue and income since that time, just struggling to make rent payments every month without any government assistance. I think there was one round of payments that came our way, which was no big deal really, but it did help at that particular point. Now the people in the States, it's the same kind of deal. Nancy Pelosi, what? I mean, I don't. What a miserable old cunt that woman is, I tell you. It's really something. So it's just absolutely so I don't see any good reason whatsoever why she should be holding back. She did have the power, the ability to grant the American public this second round of basically assistance to them as far as disbursements are concerned, and she did not, because of her hatred towards Trump, is what it seems. It's as simple as that. But yes,
no.
indeed, Al, there's so many issues to discuss.
She doesn't hate Trump at all. Are you really falling into the?
Okay, so what do you? Oh no, what do you think is going on?
That's a theater. It's a fucking theater.
Enlighten me, Al. Enlighten me.
Well, I mean, everything you said is correct. Neither Nancy Pelosi, yes, a shilling cunt for the establishment, as well as what's the counterpart called?
AOC.
No, she's a nobody. AOC is a boogie woman trumped up by the identity politic things on the right. Now, I'm talking about the man with the power on the Republican side. The leader of the Republicans in the House.
Pence?
No, in the House. He looks like a turtle.
Oh, he looks like a turtle?
Yes.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Huge corporate.
Yeah,
artist, and
I
he's
know who you're
married
talking.
to
He's got glasses,
yes,
like a little double
McConnell.
chin.
Thank you, Bauer. So both of them have the job of not letting through the elevation to the people. The only reason the CARES Act went through is the so-called shock doctrine, which has been implemented first on the world and then on Americans because it worked so well. So it's been developed and fine-tuned. The shock doctrine is how the neocons and the neolibs who are working for the oligarchs, the owner of the multinational corporations. The shock doctrine is how they move ahead their agenda. It's not in incremental steps. It is in incremental steps all over, but they don't have time for that. So they have to, in periods, take leaps, which they did now with the COVID. You know, the economy was crashing before the COVID, already back in last August. And,
I'm sorry, I missed your last point there. What was that exactly?
That the economic crash happened before the COVID. Now they're blaming the COVID.
Of course. Yeah.
Which is very timely.
And Trump is all about reopening the economy, getting things going again. And you got the flip side of the equation here, where Biden and his supporters via their platform, and I mean, he's totally in China's back pocket, obviously, so corrupt with his son's laptop, with the Burisma, the deal out of the Ukraine, with dealings with China, you know, and you don't hear much. There's a little bit now where Ivanka Trump has been getting into some trouble as far as, I guess, some excessive funding for some public event that she put on, I guess, but you don't hear much coming from the Trump kids as far as this outright. I mean, for Christ's sakes, with Jesus, did you see the crack?
Those
you guys smoking crack, hanging out with Lady
kids,
Gaga, half nude with Lady Gaga. What's that all about? Those
kids are born with golden spoons in your ass.
Yeah. That's not.
If people are rallying around them as saviors, they are really too far gone.
Well, it doesn't matter because they're in positions of power anyways, and there's nothing that we can. What are we going to do? Sit here and just call them out all day and make a mockery of where they are, or just acknowledge the fact that they're there? There's not much we can do, frankly, is there? Come on.
Yeah, much we can do. Call out who needs to be called out, of course, but have perspective. For example, calling out AOC on some identity politics is just adding noise and bullshit. It's not going to make any solution. Also, I say if you call out, what's his name, the former Ku Klux Klan guy, what's his?
Former who?
A politician was a former Ku Klux Klan. I forgot his name. But if you call
the old guy that died there a number of years ago, Strom Thurmond.
No, not him. But wasn't he a judge? No.
Pedophile.
Yeah, he was a politician. But it doesn't matter. If you call out people who are insignificant, it doesn't matter. Okay. Now, Pelosi and Connell both are gatekeepers. They don't want the elevation for the people. Now, Trump, I don't feel sorry for Trump at all. First off, I don't think he will survive this thing. He may, if he gets it to the Supreme Court, because his people, they are 6 against 3. But I don't even trust that that will happen. We'll see. But I don't feel sorry for him at all. Neither do I feel sorry for Bernie. Why? Because both of them did a huge mistake in 2020, a mistake they didn't do in 2016. In 2016, Trump was running on populism, things that matters to people. Bernie did the same. In 2020, both of them were crushed by their own parties and fully into the identity politics. So Bernie was focused on all the identity politic bullshit. Not so much, of course, as Biden and the Clinton people, but enough to be, he had no edge. There was nothing counter. There was no power criticism. It was just flush people into the Democratic hackery side and be pleased with that and be very afraid of Trump. He's so dangerous. Now, what did Trump do? Exactly the same. He didn't have Bannon anymore. He only had mainstream Republican advisors. So he was going off on, in the beginning, he was huge idiot. He was going on the Red Scare. Red Scare in 2020. Oh, the communists are coming, the socialists. Americans doesn't even know what socialism is. The only socialism going on in America is corporate socialism. So he was trying to scare people with that. For Biden, a fucking corporatist, if there ever was one, maybe it could have worked with Bernie. Maybe, but I don't even think, it doesn't work anymore. If you look at statistics, people doesn't even care about terms like communism and socialism. It doesn't work. Yeah, it works on your base, on your brainwashed, hackery based, oh, Marxism. There's no Marxism in the world and there's no capitalism in the world. It's all a blend, and it has all gotten into what we call corporatism. But he tried that, and then he panicked because he realized it didn't work. And eventually he realized on his own, it wasn't from his advisors, but on his own he realized, hey, maybe if I promise people some economic alleviation. The first populism thought that went into his mind in 2020. But by then it was too late. He could have done that long ago. If he wanted to win the election, it would be so easy. He could just say, hey, free cannabis to all, for example. Something like that. Just some populism. Because if you look at statistics, Americans are very, very different from the politics. Most people want health care. Most people want to legalize marijuana, for example. I'm just taking some random issues. But if you follow the political discourse, it's completely different. So he didn't do any of that. Now, even if you think he got the majority of votes, which may very well be, what you need to beat the rigging machine is you need a 15% overweight. You need a landslide, basically, because if you win by, let's say, 65%, they can't rig it. They can swing about 15% of the votes, which they do. So, and it's so hard to win when you have a population divided 50-50 by left-right. How on earth are you ever going to get 65%? That's why they need to keep us in the wing thing. So, no, I don't feel sorry for him. He could have tried to run populism like he did in 16. And all the good people, when I say good, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with them on everything, but they were anti-establishment. All those people were gone. Michael Flynn, Stephen Bannon, all those people who actually had some populism traits to them were purged.
Flynn is back now. He was purged by Trump?
Well, not by Trump. I mean, Trump was under siege, right? But by the powers that be that Trump yielded to.
Yeah, he got hauled up on the carpet, man, and he was charged with lying before Congress, I believe, in his testimony regarding certain dealings with the FBI or something along those lines. He was recently pardoned by Trump.
Act,
he was pardoned.
Which is a joke.
Well, did you follow that he was recently
pardoned? But that wasn't the reason. Look, the real reason they took down Flynn was because Flynn did something unforgivable. If you're a general, then it's the same if you're a top politician or a top banker or something. If you're in the establishment class, you cannot go against the deep state. Flynn did that. Flynn attacked NSA and CIA. And that's unforgivable. And that's why I trust him, even if I don't agree with everything, at least. You see, you have to get your ass out of the left-right thing, and you have to look at the establishment versus the people thing. And Flynn proved he has his Medal of Honor by going against them. And so they crushed him, and they used the Logan Act as an excuse. Now, unlike Flynn, I don't think Trump really, you can't just look at the spin that happens in 16. You have to look at Trump ever and always. And ever and always, he's just been this, he wanted to be a part of the oligarchy. They never accepted him, which is why he hates them. He's like this con man, businessman thing. he has a lot of dirt on his record, but like not like the establishment people, but more like a small scale, mafia kind of con man. So they don't want him because he's first off, he's an embarrassment because he doesn't put a pleasant spin on the bad policy. But make no mistake, he did many bad policies, like for example, increasing the military-industrial complex, doubling it basically. Of course, getting no opposition, giving even more tax relief to the multinational corporations, bailing them out. And so he's not this hero that people think he is, but he's least worse, of course. If you look at the lesser evil kind of thing, I don't buy into that. But if you are going to do it, yeah, I would rather have Trump because he wouldn't want to lock down the economy for one. Why? Because he doesn't want to lose the election, and he also has vested interest in the economy, seeing as he's deeply into the hotel business, which is being hurt by the lockdowns, etc. So yeah, there are some issues, like Trump isn't on the carbon cult side, but then again, you can find issues where he's, being destructive. So he's not a savior. He's not this enlightened Jesus figure that some people think. But yeah, I'd rather have him if I could choose. But there are others I would rather have than him again. So if I was an American, I would never vote Republican or Democrat, no matter who was on the ticket. Because at the end of the day, those two parties are co-opted and controlled by the powers that be. So, yeah.
Well, and that was, something to take note of, because when Trump first came into power, he really did seem to shake things up. There was a lot of opposition to his basically rising to the top, if you want to say seizing the reins of power within the ranks of the party.
I've never seen any evidence of that. I know that's a claim that Trumpist MAGA guys like to believe. They think there's a war behind the scenes, but there's never been one single evidence of that. What Trump did, though, which there is plenty of evidence for, is that he tried to purge away some of the establishment people that was there, yes, but he replaced them with other, Mike Pompeo isn't any better than Brennan. They are both deep CAA players.
Well, how about Bob Barr, the Attorney General Bob Barr? His fate is currently up in the air, and a lot of people question why Trump brought him in the first place. But we're going to put the brakes on things here just for a second, Al, as we turn our sights to the YouTube comment section. Of course, taking a look, up to 17 people right now is what YouTube is telling us, so that's great. We have miscellaneous number of other folks joining us via Fakebook is really doing what they can to shut us down in a big way. We were picking up hundreds of views with shows up until just a couple weeks ago, and since that time we are live streaming via Fakebook right now, that they have shut us down via nearly 500 locations across the world is what they have told us through their messages here, and they are unresponsive when we put forward our rebuttal asking why is this the case that you're saying that we are playing music here, courtesy of is it Sony or BMG, one of these big music corporate conglomerates. There's no music or nothing to be heard whatsoever. We're just doing a regular news show. Of course, this go around, it's a Friday night feature show, no music. But I can almost guarantee you they're going to shut us down again and put forward this phony, empty claim that we're playing music. Or at one point during the course of the show for about a minute or so is what they're saying, and yet there's nothing to be found whatsoever. So make of that what you will, folks. We don't like to get overly paranoid here, but just looking at the way things have played out, that social media is not really. I'm not sure if it's an algorithm game. What we're not really connecting on that level, or they're just going out of their way to mess with us for whatever reason. But we'll just leave that aside for the time being. We have recently set up a Twitch account. We finally decided to do that, even though Twitch is itself an Apple entity, uh, and that with because of their dealings with the CIA and in particular, and I think it was what's something that Apple granted the CIA $500 million, or was it the other way around, as if Apple needs any more money? But it doesn't matter because people can go back and fact check me on this whole business. I think it was something like about $500 million that they were throwing around there about a year or so ago, and I think it may have. I'm not sure which way the money was moving, but anyways, we have decided to run with Twitch. It's a lot more. Seems like it's got a lot more going for it than D Live. There's no digital currency that I can see at present, at least. Whereas D Live does have the Lino points, lemons, and so forth. Speaking of which, with the D Live that we have running at present, just the other day, Tuesday night, as a matter of fact, it would be Wednesday, 1 p.m. here in the Tokyo and Seoul time regions, that there was up to about 11 people in D Live. So we've only got a handful right now, but what we will do is tell and bring Reverend Jim into the conversation too here, because up to this point, he's been very quiet and completely locked out of any means of engaging here. But I know if we bring him into the mix, it's going to get really interesting, a lot more interesting even than where we currently find ourselves. So Jim, just hang on a second. In the meantime, though, yeah, big thanks to we've got there's the Beetle Juice just followed over on D Live, Belly Maga, Veritas 27. So we got a lot of action taking place there. Now this Diamond, I think that might have been from a short time ago, actually, that Deja Voodoo, a.k.a. Dana Shiver, sent her away. Lumberjack Steve, 388. Schools are closing, and once again, local restaurants close at 8. We're losing freedoms our forefathers fought for us. We will not be silenced. I'm down with that, Lumberjack Steve. Pretty much on the same page as you are there. I guess what their strategy, though, really is to starve us out, to have everyone homeless and on the streets doing what they can to find their next meal. God only knows what, of course. Just so much that's going on here with the Great Reset, as they're calling it, of course, and the perfect storm with the outcome still unsettled regarding the U.S. election, COVID 1984. We've got Antifa and BLM, who I guess they've kind of settled down a little bit, since they seem to think that their guy is now going to be serving in the White House. But I would not be so fast as to make that conclusion necessarily. We will see. I think, in my reckoning, what I can see from my vantage point here, and I would tell you otherwise if that was the case, but Trump's legal team with Giuliani, and others, of course, too, that they're looking into things, and it's quite evident that the people who say, what evidence? There's voter fraud, tampering, dead people casting ballots, flipping the vote, Dominion hacking, and so forth. We see no evidence of this. Clearly, these people are just utterly, they're totally out of touch, and some major cognitive dissonance, the sort of thing that Yuri Bezmenov interestingly talked about. And he was a former KGB agent who he was actually it's a spokesperson, correspondent of sorts for the CBC back in the day. quite a colorful character who I think ultimately, whether for health reasons or what have you, did meet his ends. But yes, we are going to open the booty chest that we have available here via D Live in just a few moments. Bathtub Jen has dropped into the conversation over on YouTube. The Bullvine D Herder, Kiwi Bear with Musa, Ed Kaufman, of course. Did I mention Wilhelm Powers? So, and I'm presumably you're following the conversation here as well in the YouTube Peanut Gallery area, Al. But first, before we get back to you, just a quick few words via our good friend and pirate matey, Reverend Jim. Now, we're going to see if we can get in touch with him via the Crowsnest is what we try to do here. So we're just going to see if we can manage to dial through, which isn't always necessarily the easiest thing to do, but let's just see a few more clicks of the mouse here, and we can perhaps do that. One other topic we'd like to bring up here before we call it an evening as well, too. This episode 210 of Pirate Radio Podcast with our special guest and hot seat personality of the week, Al B., host of Forum Borealis via Svalbard, Norway. He's someone who we've slotted in now a couple times right around this very date. In fact, it was last year, approximately the same time that he was here joining us.
It's called a Christmas tradition.
Yeah, we had you once during the spring equinox too, which that was totally funky. So that was really great. So who knows? Maybe we'll have to try that again at some point here too, if you're game. But in the meantime, we are going to try to connect to the Crowsnest here. Yeah, I think we've got the Crowsnest channel in place, but I'm not sure if Reverend Jim
I'm
is
here.
Ah, there we go. So Jim, yeah, what are your thoughts? You've been presumably following the show quite keenly. Nearly 20 people now over on YouTube. That's good to see. Great to have you on board once again.
And it looks like you got a few people on your D-Live page, as well as there's 20 people over on my D-Live page right now also.
Yeah, and you are a syndicator, of course, of the show, psn-radio.com, Angel Espino, and the Global Enlightenment Radio Network, Daryl and Katie. Let's not forget them, too. Always got to give them a tip of the pirate hat. So their support is very much appreciated, as one might expect. But, yeah, how soon do you think until we should open the treasure chest here via D Live? Yeah, you have people get a crack at that.
Well, anytime. I'm not sure we're going to get any more than we've got right now. I normally try to drop it whenever I think the audience is the highest it's going to be. Sometimes I forget, and I'll have like 20 people in the chat, and when I remember, I was going to open my chest, there's only 5 or 6 people left. And it's like, well, I guess you guys are going to get lucky.
We have 5 actually, and so we're picking up lots of new folks who are wanting to connect with us. So that's great, including Wilhelm Powers, who we saw over on YouTube. He's now cross-pollinated, I guess, in some ways you could say. Made his way over to D Live. So, and who was this character that you were talking about? This fellow over, was it Professor Bauer, I guess, or Ed Kaufman, Al, that you reckon we should get in touch with and have a bit of a talk with at some point?
Bauer of Next. Oh, I never remember that name. Next Cost something. Sorry, Robert. Robert Bauer, at least, is his name. And yeah, you should check out his stuff. He's checking out your stuff as we speak.
Wow.
Kaufman is a listener that he actually raised a question or a comment I want to comment at some point before we quit for today.
Let's do that now then.
Okay, so he said, your show with Zan was so great. Oh, by the way, I saw you lifted one of the show pics and used it in the feed here now.
Which one was that?
It's the one called The Beauty of Honest Seduction.
Yeah. So I think that's via your Podbean.
Yeah, actually, it's
channel.
not even out to the public yet, but he's listened to it because he's a subscriber, and he said, I have a son about to turn 18. Maybe I could get him interested in Zan's work. And I would say, indeed, the sooner the better, because your son, if he is a heterosexual male, will increase his happiness tenfold if he learns how to handle the so-called game. I would recommend David D'Angelo because much of his stuff is still valid, and I think you could get a lot of freebies out there. Yeah, so learn. Any boy wanting to become a man needs to understand the game, because I see a very sad trend now for the men's. You had a man cave, you said, Jeffy, something called man cave. Right?
Yeah, that's a social media hub via WPRPN. I'll get the link here for you in a second.
Yeah, and I have a private group of friends, some male friends. We have regular meetings called Man Cave, where we discuss these things. And it's so sad to see the trend now going towards Magto. People, men are frustrated incels. You know the word incel?
Yeah, sure. What is it? This independent people, the guys that live on their own and are not hooked up with any significant other, and very sexually frustrated, youthful, usually young. Although I guess you could have middle-aged or elderly. And
they come in all ages. I promise you. Yeah. No, the elder men doesn't have any more games.
What does it stand for exactly then? Independent.
Incel stands for involuntary celibacy.
Right, okay.
And Magto stands for man going their own way. And so we have this new movement hating on women. Now, the reason is because they want women, but they can't get them. They're fucking frustrated. And that's because it seems to me that a very healthy trend that started in the late 90s, early 2000s has, I don't know if it's been squashed or what happened to it, but that was a trend where men liberated themselves. I don't know if you remember the book, The Game, and stuff like that. Men started to discover, crack the female code, how to become attractive, how to actually get women. Whether you just want to bang them or you want to marry them, it doesn't matter. At all levels, how to increase the greatness of the relationship you already have, how to get your ex back. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do, there is fully possible methods for that. But you have to educate yourself, as in any field. You can't imagine you become an expert overnight. And it's the same here. There are ways for anyone. It doesn't matter how ugly you are. Talk about males now. If you're a female, you're fucked. That it matters how ugly you are. But if you're a man, it doesn't matter how ugly you are. It doesn't matter how poor you are. It doesn't even matter how stupid you are. Any man can get game. But in order to do that, you have to first of understand the laws of nature on this area. Second, you have to learn how to transform yourself into a version of yourself that is attractive to the female. And this is a science. You could say it's also an art, but it is something achievable for anyone. And that people started to realize 20 years ago, but now the pendulum has swung, and it seems that they've forgotten, our brothers have forgotten this, and now we have this Magto incel thing that really renders the males helpless victims. And I hate to see that, because a society of frustrated males eventually end up as fascism. Look at some of the Middle Eastern countries. They haven't even seen skin. You know, they haven't seen nude females. They don't even show skin, and they end up in this Islamist hell. Those forces couldn't rule a country if the population were sexually liberated and satisfied. So a freedom-based country is also a liberty-based country is also a country where the population is happy. It's rare that you can connect romance and sexuality to politics and system, but it has a correlation. I realized that many years ago when I read Wilhelm Reich, his book, The Function of Orgasm. So it's very simple, basically. We've all met these people in the system. Maybe you wanted to get your driver license, whatever it was, but they had like 1% power, and they tried to use that 1% power to screw you over, or to ventilate their own frustration. That's basically because they're not satisfied. It's like this frigid bitch who, you know, she doesn't have. So it goes for both sexes, both males and females. If they are frustrated, they're trying to take it out. It's basic psychology. And I'm saying I had a show because I want to convey this message, this, you know, point the way for those who doesn't have game. I didn't have game when I was younger, but as soon as I learned how this thing worked, bam, my life transformed. And now I'm not even concerned about it. I'm not wasting time on it. You were complimenting the girl on the picture with me. I have no problem. I'm not bragging. I'm trying to say this just to show that it's possible. I have no problem getting attractive females if and when I want to. And it's nothing about me. It's nothing special about me. It goes for everyone out there. If you pull yourself together, drag your ass out of your head out of your ass, and start looking into things. Start emulating the masters. It's like karate, Cobra Kai or whatever. If you want to become a black belt, you have to listen to the teacher and implement his lessons. If you do that, you'll get a black belt. Or like in Hell's Kitchen, you get a black cook jacket. It's the same here. You get a black belt in anything if you just realize, okay, I'm clueless. I don't know about this stuff, obviously, because I'm not getting any women. So instead of bitching and complaining and becoming a victim and blaming everything and everyone but myself, I'll stop listening to myself now, because what I've done so far doesn't work. You know, definition of madness according to Einstein. And I'll try something new. And that's something new. It's there. It's been out there for at least 20 years. There's no excuse, actually, to be a frustrated male today. There was an excuse when you and I were teenagers, Jaffa, because this gold mine of knowledge wasn't out there then. But today there's no excuse. If you are so stupid that you can't get women, it's just because you are uninformed. And you could be forgiven if nobody ever said anything to you. But if you're listening now, you've heard it. So now there's no excuse. Now get out in the field and start getting women. That's the gist of that show. So yeah, Ed, I'd put your 18-year-old onto it, and he'll become a very happy and fulfilled man as he grows up.
You know, that's it's well said. Essentially, what you've laid out there, Al, and appreciated. I'm sure people of both genders will find some value in it. But to say that the MGTOW and other, I'm not sure what, there's another male type oriented group that
incels.
Okay, the incels are a little different story, I guess, with hating women. But the MGTOW, now I'm not sure what reason you gave for that exactly, but the bottom line, the issue that they have with women is because of the deceptiveness and because of the way that after a few years, or maybe many years of marriage, or just a short period, a number of months, who really knows the way these things go, but they come out on the short end of the stick, and they get caught up with all these costly court battles and child
Right.
custody cases,
Right.
and things along those lines, where the women, they're just either stupid, or they're just playing dirty to be completely obnoxious and spiteful bitches, basically, to put it quite bluntly. Now, in my own personal experience, I'm sure this happens time and again, but my own mother, God bless her, I don't have too many bad things to say about her. And it's just a mistake she made in the past, where she got greedy. Her lawyer convinced her that she could get more than what my dad had originally offered. And my dad was being very generous at that particular point in time. He was a denturist, still is, more or less, from what I understand. But
A dentist?
no, denturist, producing dentures.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So not an evil psychopath.
Like a full, well, I don't know. I mean, dentist. He's a bit of an oddball. I'll give him that. But he's an interesting character for sure. Very hardcore type individual. So if you're listening to the show, which I doubt he is, although sometimes he has been known to tune in. Hey, Pops, how's it going? So his main criticism with me is like, enlisting, was wondering, when the hell is my son going to shut the fuck up? Basically, that was the whole thing. But he doesn't understand that, as partly as host, one of my jobs is to run my mouth. I've got to provide the stream of consciousness, commentary, and so forth for our listeners, as well as to engage the guests. But and it's a special kind of.
You're never going to become a prophet in your own country.
There you go. Exactly. So, but what I was going to say regarding my own particular experience, our family, that my mom, she got greedy after my father had made a very generous offer. The lawyers, they just love this shit. Of course, they went at it, and all the money pretty much that she could have had got burnt up, wasted on lawyers' fees. And she ended up with a hell of a lot less than what she was originally offered. And, it was just a bad deal. So let that be a warning, folks. Be really careful. The lawyers, I mean, they're some can be pretty slimy, especially when it comes to family courts or divorce settlements. It seems, because it's like they're sharks onto the scent of blood, really, and they're out for the kill. You're a mark, is all you are. So. It's sad and it's unfortunate. Speaking of sad and unfortunate, one of the things I want
to comment up on this.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Because you were saying that this is a good aspect of the Magto thing. Now, I don't regard.
I'm sorry. What do you mean good thing about the
that they are reacting to the injustice in courts and stuff?
Well, yes, somebody has to.
Yes. I have nothing against that, but that doesn't mean you have to start hating women. I mean, that aspect of the Magto.
Yeah, and they don't. Some do, but not straight across the board.
Yeah, but that aspect of the Magto thing, the movie Red Pill and stuff like that. Yeah, they've been using that as a part of the reason why you should be angry at women. And I'm not blaming anyone for being angry and frustrated when they are facing injustice. That's a natural human reaction. But I don't regard the Magto thing as just about fairness in child custody courts. That's not what, as I've understood it, it's just a word, But as a terminology, I haven't understood it as just that.
No, it's a central issue. It's not. It's not. It's a central issue, though.
There's a lot of young people in it. There's more young and elder people into this movement, and many of them are gamers. It's just boys who've been sitting in the basement their entire life, jerking off to the internet and doing games, and then waking up to the fact that they're not attractive to females and calling unfair play. Now, if you have been screwed over in court, it doesn't matter for what. Fight it, stand on the barricade, go ahead, have at it. But I'm talking about this movement that's trying to blame women for everything instead of manning up and taking responsibility for yourself and becoming attractive. Because if you let your marriage, for example, go so far as to having a conflict and child custody, you already screwed up. You already screwed up. A happy woman would never turn against you like that. So I'm not saying everything is your fault, but what is your responsibility is to make your woman happy. And that is a male responsibility. It's not a female responsibility, because there are differences between genders. And I don't care about the political correct cultural thing now that, oh, no, there's no difference. There is differences. They are psychological and they are biological. And not all the differences are good for us. Some are not. Vice versa. One of the differences is that a male who has his act together is able to keep his woman and make her and maintain her happiness. And not my woman. She's a crazy fucking bitch. Well, why are you going for crazy bitches then? Discard her and find a healthy female woman who's supportive. I say when I'm in relationships, one of the first things I make clear with my girl is that we are a team. When we're a team, whatever's good for her is good for me. Whatever's good for me is good for her. So I support her. Are you making advances in career? Fantastic, baby. Go on. Can I help you with something? Write your application for you or something? Great. And of course, the other way around. I'm not your slave. So we build each other up because we're a fucking team. Where has that notion gone? Why are we suddenly in a competition? Now, you could say it's partly to do with society, because in today's society, they try to demonize healthy male role models. The male archetype is demonized, and they don't want it there. They want the bad one, like the Homer Simpson or the wife beater. But it's the same with the female. They don't want a healthy female role model out there. They don't want the good female archetype. They want the cunts, the ones who are going to advance in the corporate world and dress like men and behave like men and have no female traits and pretend we are the same. Like my guest San said, the problem isn't about being equal, because being equal is a good thing. Everybody wants a fair shot. The problem is that we are the same. They are trying to force us to be the same. We are different, but equal. You see what I mean? And so I'm saying, as a part of this male liberation thing, is also to control the game. It is to not just take any female that you may manage to trick or lure or pressure into your bed. No. You would want them to want to be there, want to be with you, want to, what they say, the old saying, behind every strong man is a strong female. Yeah, that was true in the old days, because, and you see it still in some cultures. I don't know about Korea, but in many cultures, girls are still having that mentality that they want to back their man. They want their man to be as successful as possible, as strong as possible. And the same with them. Wouldn't a man want his wife to be attractive, to be pretty, instead of trying to control her and be jealous and stalk her and bring her down? Some males get off on, bringing down their woman. Because they live in a scarcity world. They feel that every other male is a threat and they will get my woman. So I need to make her feel like she's worth nothing. That's the only way I can keep her. So I want to control her like that. You've already lost. You're already an incel. You're already a loser. No, you can keep your woman by having her desire you. And again, it doesn't matter your wallet. It doesn't matter how ugly you are. I know that's a shock to some people who doesn't get it, but look into it, man. It's much better to be a man who can't get woman than to be a woman who can't get men. Because women, it's very unfair, but it's a lot to do with their appearance. Not just that, of course, but we are much more caring about appearances than they are. whereas the opposite isn't true. So you can actually, haven't you? We all have seen bastards. You wouldn't think, how on earth is he getting women? He's just a slob. In fact, he even mistreats them, and they want him. Why? What's up with this? And that's how it all started. They were studying the so-called naturals, seeing how on earth could this loser get all these women? Why are all women throwing themselves at? He has nothing to offer. And so they cracked the code. We know why. And you can emulate that, and you can stimulate that in yourself. And if you do, you'll become an attractive male, and you'll have a happy relationship, and you can avoid all these damn court cases and whatnot. And I'm talking not from theory here. Been there, done that, okay? Been there, done that on all areas. So I'm speaking from practicality. And yes, injustice is injustice, and let's fight it, but MAGTOW can't be reduced just to that. And you can still battle it somewhat, even though culture is trying to crush women and make them alienated to themselves, and crush men and make them alienated. It's a part of the corporate takeover of the world. It's also in culture, right? But despite that, there are still biology in play and natural laws. And if women can't, like David Angelo say, attraction isn't a choice. I'll say that again. Attraction isn't a choice. Men think it's a choice, but it's not. It's a subconscious thing. All you have to do is knowing how you can interact with that subconsciousness. And voila, you're out of the woods.
There we go. So I see that, and thank you very much, Al, for those, for that information. Of course, your knowledge, your insight, your.
Don't take my word for it. Nobody take my word for it. Go and find out by yourself. And one of the people you can go to is David Angelo. Another one is San Perion, the guy I interviewed.
Right. So, I mean, guys like myself, I'm rather happily married. So I it's a little different than being involuntarily celibate and
yes, but
angst-ridden incel.
It applies to you too.
Oh, I know. And you know what's interesting? Yeah. Actually, you mentioned it. The majority of our supporters and listeners, they're women. Believe it or not. We've looked at, we got like the demographics and statistics coming in here. I think it's like through YouTube or what have you. And yeah, it's.
And many women are a part of this movement. It's not just a movement for men, even though it's liberating men. I mean, women is earning too, because they were, 20, 30 years ago, it was 80s. Remember the 80s? The male role model was a gay guy, basically. And I'm not bashing gays. Be gay and have at it. I'm just saying it's not a good role model for heterophile guys. And so women are, besides themselves, that more and more men are getting their act together and knowing how to become attractive and knowing how to make her happy. They want that too. So it's not like it's a battle here. It's the real battle is male and female against the alienation of males and females.
Well, okay. Now, I know that you said you were hoping to have a little time to get a coffee, so I don't know if you've already managed to do that.
I did it during your last rant.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm glad you saw that message. Okay.
Diatribe, monologue, whatever you want to say or however you want to put it. Now, the Dark Journalist has been on your show twice. We actually, there's a couple issues here that we have in mind as far as carrying on the conversation. And just to let listeners in on the fact it's been 2.5 hours now, damn near. We're going to shoot for at least the 3-hour mark. Hopefully YouTube won't shut us down or cut us off. We also have a potential rogues gallery after show is the way that the format is here. Whether Al is game for that or not is another matter, of course. It typically runs for an hour. So I know, it's kind of a reflection of the way that you have your format in place, the long format approach with your interviews, and breaking them up into two parts typically is what we find over there via Forum Borealis. So, but yes, the NSAM 57, courtesy of the Dark Journalist. Take a look at that link while we actually have a moment here to reflect on something else that is currently taking place and occurring here. It is, whether people realize or remember this or not, maybe they weren't even alive at the time, but we're in just a couple days coming up to the 40th year anniversary of, I'm not sure if you know what I'm leading to here exactly, or not, Al, but it's been 40 years since what exactly? A rather major world event, just a couple days. Do you remember what that was?
40 years. Let me see. What year are we getting to then?
That would, well, do the math. That would be 1980.
1980, okay. So what was significant about 1980? The yuppie time?
Well, this is December 8th, 1980. There was...
someone was killed, huh?
Yeah, I was laying awake at night. I was, let's see, 11 years old at the time, more or less, and listening to CBC radio. I still have this habit.
Give peace a chance.
Yeah.
That's criminal. That's criminal today, you know. War is peace.
Right. Well, and they do. They murder all the people who take that stand and speak out in support of that. I mean, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and what we're talking about here, Jesus Christ, of course, going back way back in history, but 40 years. Pardon me?
Hendricks.
Yeah, I mean, Hendricks, he was murdered too. That's right. I do very much believe that, contrary to the mainstream narrative, how they'd like us to believe things. Thanks once again, the Mockingbird media, the way that they typically operate.
Malcolm X.
Yeah, for sure. Another great example. Yeah, Malcolm X. Who knows? Maybe even Jim Morrison. I really couldn't say on that one, but it's a little odd and peculiar. But John Lennon. So now what I did a number of years ago was, well, actually, we have a friend of ours, let's say. Yeah, you could say I was a part of the project. Maybe not. We'll let people decide for themselves. But there's a song here called Walking on Thin Ice, which is, it's interesting because if people know the story of John Lennon and his final day on this earth in human form, that he was actually working on the Walking on Thin Ice project with his wife, Yoko, that particular time. And when he was shot, he actually had, I think it was the recorded masters of the song in his jacket, that particular point in time.
I don't know about that. That's interesting. Yeah, I know that the killer, the killer had this book that everybody has,
which is
courtesy of CIA.
Do you know what book that was?
Last time we discussed it, I think you corrected me because I'm mixing two books. It's not the one called To Kill a Mockingbird, is it? It's the other one, I think.
J.D. Salinger.
Yeah.
Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Right. And so Mark David Chapman, if you look at his behavior, very odd and peculiar. It just so happened that he, on that very day, had been apparently talking at great length with the Dakota doormen. The Dakota was and still is, it's a major landmark in New York, a place where Lennon and his family lived. So Jose Perdomo is how you pronounce his surname. He's now passed away. It took the media, though, at least I think it was 10 years to clue into the fact that the doorman was there that night and may have seen a few things, and that might have been someone worth speaking to a little more extensively. and having an interview with that never really occurred, as far as I understand. He had very little to say. But on that very day, supposedly he and Chapman were speaking together at great length regarding the Bay of Pigs and the Kennedy assassination. And
Wow.
this is how the story goes. And that, because Chapman was hanging around there all day. I think he in fact saw Lennon leave in the morning. And but regarding this whole business, it's interesting because Perdomo himself was a member of this covert intelligence group. It's the best way that I have describing them. You can do a search, folks, if you want, for Operation 40. That's what you have to be on the lookout for, Operation 40. I mean, I could do the same thing here myself, I suppose, just as fast as anybody else. But yeah, so a very shady character. And if people look into this, Operation 40, Jose Perdomo, there's a lot of speculation that because of Chapman's potential programming, and it's been shown, the magician, the mentalist, is Darren Brown out of the UK. It's called the Manchurian Candidate or Trained Assassin, I think, one or the other. But he hypnotizes.
Yeah, he had two different shows where he proved that you can hypnotize people to kill. One of them was directly inspired by the Sirhan case. The other one was, I think it's called Push to the Edge. So yeah, 2 or 3 maybe, I think, where he has shown that you can, despite the popular myth. But the popular myth is being maintained by the pseudo-skeptics, the gatekeepers of the establishment paradigm. Whatever, I mean, why would skeptics even care about this issue? But they do. Anything, and just like they care about vaccines and you name it, the environment, they are in everything where the people can disagree. They are on the side of the establishment. So he killed that myth actually very effectively, but it hasn't been taken into account. You can still read in the textbooks that no, you can't hypnotize people to go against their will. But if you Google another very interesting obscure phenomenon, you will see that there's a lot of people who has hypnotized women. You know where this is going, right? To sexually engage with them. They may be married, they may be religious, whatever. People who you wouldn't think, not sluts, just normal women who trust them and go to them for therapy. So if you can hypnotize a woman to get in bed with you, you certainly can hypnotize to kill someone. So this is how it works. The mind is much more complex and with many more layers than the mainstream paradigm wants you to believe.
Oh, you're bang on the mark there, and I fully concur with what you've just laid out there regarding the pseudo-skeptic community. Maybe you could say pseudo-septic as well, too, I suppose. But that it only goes so far. That it's like it's another cult, really. And that they always resort to, as you say, the official narrative, the authoritative take on things, whether it's vaccines or skeptical. What could you say? Another good example would be, you think they'd be skeptical of vaccines, but then they go on the side of, well, they say, well, science clearly proves. It's always the appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy. It's a very basic logical fallacy. Appeal to authority. So they constantly, well, science shows. So there's, why worry? Let's just let's get on with things. There's other examples too. I guess like chemtrails or as you say, like this is what we're talking about here, the trained assassin. So we're going to cue up the song that was written a number of years ago. And this is a tribute, commemoration, memory of Lennon and the event that occurred on that day, but also his life and career in general too. So apparently the artist sometimes, he goes as under the name of Johnny Canuck. I believe, in fact, he's in the listening audience here tonight and has joined us via both YouTube and D Live, if I'm not mistaken. So let's hope that he doesn't mind us playing his song. The only problem that we have here right now is a bandwidth issue. So we did try to download things, to get the song here downloaded and do it that way, but it's not going to want to cooperate with us on that front here, unfortunately. We'll have things a little better in place when we have Brooks Agnew join us on Tuesday night, of course. So we'll take it from there. But let's have to take a quick look through the history, I suppose. Is there anything more that you could say, though? Have you heard of Operation 40 or any further thoughts regarding the Lennon assassination?
No, I'm not very well versed in the Lennon assassination, so I don't think I can contribute more sense than you've already.
All right, that's fine. So we'll take a look at while we're doing this. We're kind of multitasking here, and the bandwidth issue. It's kind of hopefully we do manage to stream this out with too much difficulty. What we would like to do, though, is just take a quick look at what we have taking place in the comment section via,
Jennifer Knight, she asks us to send some healing vibes to one of the pirates.
Oh yeah, Pirate Larry, absolutely, and thank you, Jennifer. I think she's got to skip on out and do her thing, as it were, IRL. But I believe she is going to continue listening to us if she can manage that. She said something about earbuds, if I'm not mistaken. So, but Pirate Larry, people, is the person we're going to want to. I mean, it worked once in a big way. He's really been struggling with some pretty serious health issues. Of course, when it's our time to go, there's no sense. There's nothing more that we can do. It's everyone is here simply in transient form. We're all passing through. And this really, if you look at, I think, the big picture, can quite easily see that it's like Christ talked about, that this world is not my home, essentially, or my kingdom is not of this earth, kind of deal, which is, the guy was a Mahayana Buddhist, as far as I can tell. It makes all the sense in the world. There's been multiple documentaries put together out there for people who are interested in connecting the dots. His message got muddied by the politics of the day, with the Sanhedrin in particular, but he was missing for 18 years. And what you'll have once again with the
no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't missing. It's just that they censored everything accounting for those missing years.
Okay, so where was he then? What was taking place?
Well, there are some surviving documents that shows what he was up to. For example, the Celtic Church, which was crushed. Norway was actually the last bastion of the Celtic Church. But the Celtic Church was one of there are still interesting churches around, like the Thomas Church in India, like the Coptic. That's not the really right name for it, but some of these Eastern churches. But the Celtic Church was founded, according to themselves, by Jacob, Jesus' father, and Jesus, or Joshua ben Yusuf, or Ben Mariam, actually, because they used the mother's lineage. Now, they went to Ireland as in connection with trade, because they were. His father was, they say he was a carpenter or something, Jesus, but they were into trading, and so they went to Ireland.
And copper, Joseph of Arimathea, that was the connection there, that he was a central player.
I don't think is Joseph.
Uncle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because that's not the father. Yeah, I said Joseph, maybe Jacob.
Joseph of Arimathea is one of the...
Yeah, but that's not the father. That's not the father. Right?
I really don't know. So, Glenn Kimball...
He's another dude.
Glenn Kimball, who Art Bell interviewed a number of times, is really the guy to go to, I would say, in many ways. If people can go back into the Coast to Coast Art Bell archives, which of course there are so many great shows. We have a regular Art's Tombstone actually appears in our slideshow on a routine basis. I managed to get through to Art and speak to him on a
Nice.
personal level twice actually, and even had him laugh. Believe him, brought him to the point of laughter because I was pulling his wooden leg, as it were, regarding my gig here in South Korea as a professional elf. You know, hence the Operation Secret Santa angle and so forth. But we've got to bring this round full circle to Lennon, who, of course, himself was in search for the Holy Grail. A lot of people don't know about that. The Spear of Destiny and the Holy Grail. He was someone who was somewhat interested in this whole business. But think of the times, folks. He had just, come out of the studio. His album was making its way on up the charts in a big way, Double Fantasy with Yoko. And he was someone who was not afraid to stand out there on stage and be seen, be heard by countless, people, of course. He had his admirers, he had his haters. Myself, the guy was a brilliant musician. He kind of had the sense that he was being used as a pawn in a political game, as it were. But at the same time, he was on the outs with Yoko, apparently, at that particular time, believe it or not. That's the version of events that I've heard. Of course, they'd been separated once already during the time of the so-called Lost Weekend. It was around a 5-year period altogether. And John spent, he was out on the West Coast in Los Angeles, and I'm not sure when he made his way to Jamaica exactly, but he was a fan of he became a fan of reggae music. I'm not sure if he managed to meet with Peter Tosh. I haven't heard much about that exactly, but definitely a fan of reggae, and spent a little bit of time holidaying in Jamaica. And but the military industrial establishment could have very well had, look, I mean, for years, the FBI was trying to have him deported and, removed from the country. He finally, after a lengthy legal battle, managed to win his green card, I think both for him and Yoko. And let's not forget about the UFO incident, 1974, something that he wrote about on the liner notes to his Walls and Bridges album. That's quite noteworthy as well. You can find some videos on places like YouTube and elsewhere where he's actually out on its balcony of sorts via the Dakota, and pointing out where this object seemed to manifest. There was a sense of time loss, and so on and so forth. It really was quite the experience, quite the phenomenon for both him and May Pang, who he was together with as a couple that particular point in time. But yeah, we're going to cue this song up right now, I guess, and maybe come back to some of the comments here in just a few moments. We'll also have it hopefully available for the Brooks Agnew interview Tuesday night. He's going to be appearing during our news segment and end of things for at least the first hour. And if people have not heard of Brooks Agnew, well, maybe we can get more into who he is, exactly what he's all about when we return from the break.
He has his own radio show.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's just brilliant, obviously. So we'll get you to mute out, though, for the time being, if you would, Al, simply because you're on the same channel as the music here. And we're also going to try to see to it that the bandwidth maintains itself here, and we don't have any problems on that end of things. So, but yeah, here we go, courtesy of I guess he calls himself Johnny Canuck. He's a number of different monikers, stage names, and that sort of thing over the years as he's toured out on the west coast of North America, mostly British Columbia, Alberta, down as far as Baja, Mexico over the years, from what I understand. But this really is one of my more favorite compositions that he's managed to put together. Something called Walking on Thin Ice.
He called home, walked the streets, people left him alone. Coming up for air, waiting to exhale from long lost weekend fog. It's 5-year tale. John had gone cold turkey, an ironic fact. Finally got it together, clean up his act. The moment he let his guard down, the New York heartbeat sides, fragile life slipped down between unforgiving cracks. When will he be coming back? Lucifer's light, the guns at daily plaza ringing out. he called home. Walk those streets, people left him alone.
Well, there we go. Looks like Johnny sometimes goes by the moniker or stage name of Steve Goldman as well, too. I think, we have talked to him in the past regarding this whole matter, and his statement, essentially, to paraphrase where he was coming from, as far as that whole business goes, is that to make it in the entertainment or music industry, it definitely, even though he isn't Jewish, that it helps to, if you've got the surname, that it definitely, it helps to go a long way. So, anyways, that's essentially his take on that whole matter. Johnny Canuck, though, I think is what most people typically know him as. Yeah, walking on thin ice. A bit of a technical hiccup there at one point during the course of the song, but other than that, I think a pretty fair performance and stream, basically a chance for listeners to have an opportunity to check that song out. Al, do we have you back? No, doesn't sound like. Maybe he's still muted out. Let's take a look at the comment section over here on YouTube. And once again, for listeners, if you're wondering what's going on here, this is an epic live stream. Hopefully, YouTube will not cut us off or shut us down. Sometimes it's said that they only allow 3 hours. Yeah, go ahead.
Jaffe?
Oh, geez. I'm sorry. Yeah, one of those things where I had Skype muted again. Everyone could hear me except for you guys here in Skype. So, yeah. Go ahead, Jim. Was that what you were going to draw my attention to? The fact that you guys could not hear me? Is that right?
Yeah, I was going to get your attention on that. See, whenever that happens, I unmute the YouTube broadcast.
Oh, yeah, that's a good thing you do that, for sure. That's your job, really, is, co-producer, co-host.
Well, because that way I was checking, did you go completely off the air, or?
No, yeah, no. Just I forgot to unmute the Skype, so we got the OBS running here.
And did you notice that Ed Kaufman said that it was kind of serendipitous that he was a Moonie, which was started in South Korea, which is where you're at.
Yeah, hey, small world. So, yeah, definitely somebody would like to talk to, interview, do a show with on some level. We'll pretty much talk to anybody, frankly. Not a problem. If you're not afraid to have a conversation, still we have a little time here. You can call in Pirate One Radio at gmail.com. It's a way to do it via Skype. Go ahead.
Hang on. Kaufman, he said that he was interviewed somewhere. Let me see if I can find the comment. What's so messed up about joining some cults is that you give up. No, that's not the one. Well, he said that there was connections with the Moonies to the deep state. I can't find that comment now. But that sounds like something to be explored in a show, to be sure.
Oh, well, Steve Bannon, as a matter of fact, as I recall, was a comment he made that, Moon Sung Myung has passed away, but for years he was doing business with the Bush family crime syndicate, which then morphed, of course, more into the Clintons, and then, of course, the Obamas. It's same.
They are just new faces, new wrappings on the same
of course.
Church shit. But he says Alex Sakiris of Skeptical, shout out there, recently interviewed Steven Schneider. in his show number 447. Stephen has interviewed me, that's Ed Kaufman, on 3 podcasts about the Moonies' connections to the deep state. By the way, to the listeners, Alex is going to interview me in a week or so. I don't believe it will be live, but for those who are interested in, I mean, me and Alex have wild rants, man.
Yeah, no,
really...
I've heard that you've done one show. In fact, you've got a playlist called Tables Are Turned, which I came across just the other day on YouTube.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
the
great.
the 2 best talks I did with Alex is not there. On his channel, there is a follow-up to the interview he did with me, and on my channel, there's on my website, there's a follow-up, and I think that's the wildest one. Plus, we just did a new one with him called Evil. It's not out to the public yet, but we are discussing evil, basically. Oldest discussion in the world, right? In all shapes and forms.
You know, from my vantage point, and I know you teach, I think, meditation, yoga, things along those lines, more or less. Hence the Philosoph. What is the moniker that you have there?
No, that has nothing to do with that. Yes, Philosophos. That's a term used in ancient Greece. It's you know how the word and term philosophy is completely degenerated today. Today it basically means to study who said what when.
Oh, the love of wisdom. Come on now.
No.
It's the love of wisdom.
Today, philosophy has nothing to do with loving wisdom or to give out original thoughts. Today, it basically means to study who said what when, or who thought what.
That sounds more like history. That's history.
I know it's kind of a history of ideas. That's what philosophy as an academic subject is degenerated.
You realize there's multiple branches of philosophy as well too within the academic field.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. But originally, well, in all fields, try contributing an original thought, and you'll be smacked down and lose your funding or whatever. That's not what they want. They don't want people to be philosophers. They want people to study what the accepted and known names allegedly thought. They don't even manage to portray the philosophical thoughts very well when you go back to antiquity. But Philosophos was someone who practiced what Pythagoras, he called it the law of wisdom, but that's just because when the tyrant asked and confronted and challenged Pythagoras and said, are you a wise? Because back in the day, a sophos, a wise man, was the Greek's term for what you called, in Jesus' regard, you called it a Mahayana Buddhist, but basically an enlightened, an illuminated person, which you have in all traditions, a healer, prophet, yogi, you name it. So he asked, are you one of those?
But hang on.
Because I'm in the middle of...
They're bullshit artists, basically. They're people who make you think that...
Again, you're polluted by academia. That's because you're referring to the sophists.
Yeah, sophistry.
Which is but that's a school within academic philosophy. It's an artificial term anyway.
And that's what they accused Socrates of being a sophist, in fact, in the end. That was one of the accusations.
Yes. But here's the point. A sophos was a wise, it was an initiated, it was an enlightened, it was like a lama, okay, in Buddhism. So they asked him, are you that? And Pythagoras, humble as he was, just said, I'm but a lover of wisdom. He wouldn't even call himself the greatest philosopher in the world, the greatest initiate. He was but a lover of wisdom. So after that, all the initiates, instead of calling themselves wise, in other words, enlightened, in other words, lama or whatever you want to call it, they call themselves lovers of wisdom, just to follow in his footsteps. And so a philosophos is precisely that, is someone who is trying to become enlightened, but they wouldn't, just as, you know, an alchemist never called himself an alchemist. You never, how can you know that someone is fake? It's when they're calling themselves a thing. No, I'm just someone who is studying this, who is loving this, who is trying to become that. It goes back to the old adage: a fool thinks he is wise. A wise knows he's a fool. You catch my drift?
Yeah, no, I'm with you here. Just waiting for you to finish up. So you're absolutely right. It's the fools who think they're wise, and the wise men who think they
Who know they are fools.
Yeah, there you go. And that's a great we need, if we are genuinely committed to the path of wisdom. And in the Buddhist tradition, which I've been a lazy practitioner of for the past, at least in this lifetime, I'm not sure. I was told by a rather highly renowned shaman here in Korea that, in fact, several hundred years ago, I was a monk in China. So make of that what you will. It's possible. Perhaps explains my affinity and love for the history of the Silk Roads and the way that during this time of apocalypse, that so much has been uncovered there and in northern India, which Westerners had completely lost. The Eastern tradition, the Buddhist tradition in particular, for well over 1,000 years, had been buried, lost in the jungles of North India, only to be rediscovered in textbook apocalyptic fashion. The uncovering of what had for a millennia been occulted, hidden away in these dark, steamy jungles. Quite dangerous too, I would add, with all the various predators in the midst of this particular region. But yeah, that was a big deal. And the Silk Roads during the time of the Han Dynasty, and in particular, and that's where we found the rise of Mahayana Buddhism. We had a great somebody that you might like to talk to, as a matter of fact. We're always happy to cross-pollinate and send people, to friends of ours and people we've spoken to over the years. We have no problem with that whatsoever. We think it's, in fact, the first step on the path to generosity is in the Buddhist tradition. Do you want to guess what that might be, Al?
Guess what? The first path. I didn't quite catch what you said.
The first step on the path to wisdom. What is it, according to the Buddhist tradition?
Right, according to the Buddhists. Well, I would say it's to know that you don't know anything.
That's a virtuous.
It's a true.
Yes, but that's not it. But that's a great concept, of course. But
that's not the dogma. But the Buddhists, I think they have that too, though.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, of course, yes. It's generosity is what it is. Generosity is the first step. Do you know what the last step on the path to wisdom is?
You said generosity was the first step?
Mm-hmm. What's the last step?
The last step, let me think.
On the path to wisdom.
Yeah.
What is it?
Surrender. No,
you sound like a Muslim now.
But that's a universal principle.
Sure. The ego, of course, yes.
And there are wisdom traditions in Islam too. The
Sufis, yeah, I'll give them that. But yeah, Islam is
not. No, they're not worse. Look, that's just cultural pollution. They're not worse. Right now, they are. Right now,
toxic ideology.
Yes, right now, first off, the Islam that people hear about and learn about has nothing to do with traditional Islam, and that's not making excuses. It's historical fact. The Islam that is taking over the world today is sponsored by the deep state, and it started around 200 years ago. They took this crazy old guy, Wahhabi, from the desert, retarded, inbred pedophile, and that Islam is taking more and more over. But Islam, just like Christianity, has a million different schools.
We're talking crypto-Judaism.
I have to
Crypto-Judaism with the Wahhabis.
Yeah. What's that?
Crypto-Judaism is synonymous with the Wahhabi tradition. Crypto-Judaism.
Really?
Well, that's my understanding. Yes.
Judaism has also. Judaism isn't one thing. Islam isn't one thing.
Right. Well, of
Christianity isn't one thing.
Buddhism, not one thing. They're all yes.
So if you go back 1,000 years, you would want to be in an Islamic country rather than a Christian country. Because in the Christian world, they were crushing all the healthy spiritual impulses within Christianity, like the Celtic Church. I never got to say that, but that was founded by Jesus himself. So it's an old tradition. It is building also on Coptic spirituality, but that's another matter.
Hold on. What, I'm sorry. What was founded by Christ? What was that?
The Celtic Church. I tried to say that.
Oh, right. Yes, with the Joseph of Arimathea. That's when I brought up Glenn Kimball. Let's not forget.
Joseph of Arimathea, his father. But I think his name was...
Well, no, Joseph was a very wealthy trader in tin and copper. That was the whole point.
Yes.
They were out sailing back and forth to the UK.
But that has nothing to do with the story of how the Celtic Church came about. Joseph of Arimathea was traveling with Mary after the crucifixion. But Jesus, during those years between 12 and 30, went to Ireland, among other places. And there our church was founded, or a tradition, or whatever you want to call it, of the original Christianity, the same original Christianity that his brother James tried to maintain after the crucifixion, but which was crushed by Paul, or the liar.
Bad man.
Yeah. But anyway, back to Islam. So...
No, we got to back up and go finish with the path to wisdom. Let's not forget, we're moving on.
Let's get there too. But let me just say that
ahead of ourselves.
Because truth matters much more to me than dogmas within culture and who is popular to hate and frown upon. Truth is never the enemy. If you need to turn away from truth to make a point, your point is already lost. So my point is, if we look at truth, we see that, let's say 1,000 years ago, you would want to live in Islamic countries, even as a Buddhist, because they allowed that. They stimulated that. There have been enlightened periods in Islam. And what's my point? That Islam is good or better than Christianity? No, they are all Abrahamic religions. My point is that all the Abrahamic religions, be that Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Baha'i, this hasn't happened to Baha'i yet, but all those four are excellent tools of suppression if you want to use it politically, and like they do today in many Islamic countries, and pervert the whole notion. So Abrahamic religions are the perfect invention. It's much harder. It's doable. It's totally doable, but it's much harder to use Buddhism or Hinduism or Taoism or what have you as an excuse for suppression. It's easier with the Abrahamic religion. So
when has Taoism ever been used as a justification or basis for suppression and crackdown and attack on people's human and civil rights? I'm
just saying you can do it with any.
But the Dharmic. But you see, you've made a really important point there, because the Dharmic tradition, Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism, you don't find much in that from that end of things as compared to the angry God, the monotheistic Semitic God of the desert. This demiurge is what the Gnostics how they see
that's
things.
My point. But despite that, there are healthy streams, currents within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in terms of spirituality. You can use it as a vehicle to reach enlightenment. It's just not that as easy as some of the more ancient traditions. That's my whole point. And then we are back to the callback, as you say.
The callback, exactly. That's right. Yeah, so the first step on the path to wisdom is generosity. What then would the final step be?
We never addressed that, did we? Okay.
That's right, yeah.
Let me think. So suffering, after suffering comes...
That's the first noble truth, yeah.
Yeah, I love this question.
Change is central to the Buddhist tradition too. Change, everything's changing, always changing, constantly. Nothing.
Okay. I need too much time to crack this.
Yeah. I'll be generous and give it to you then. How about that? So the first step on the path to wisdom, it's generosity. The final step is wisdom itself.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a step to wisdom.
No,
Of course, the
it's
final
wisdom.
step
It's
is
the end.
enlightenment.
It's the wisdom
Yes,
itself.
yes,
So, but
and Jesus, by the way, was initiated into Pythagorean. He was initiated into two traditions, which you won't hear much from the church about. One is now known; it's a Gnostic sect called the
Essenes.
Essenes, but the other one is the Therapeutes.
That's right. And do you know what
Yeah.
Terra means? I was
are,
going to bring this up with you. This is critical.
Mhm.
Do you know what it means?
Yeah.
We had a monk. I didn't finish my point earlier. I like to, because we're talking about cross-pollinating. I like to have him come on your show if he's interested. I think it'd be
A monk?
Yeah, yeah. He's in the Burmese tradition. He's American. He grew up in Reverend Jim, help us with this again. What was Kurt Cobain's hometown? What was the name? That bloody hell. Come again?
Seattle?
No.
Aberdeen.
See, there we. Thank you very much. Aberdeen. So he grew up in Cobain's hometown. Quite a story. Amazing journey. He's back in the States now. In the Southern California region, living at a Burmese style monastery of sorts, from what I understand. He's a lot of fun, great guy, very active on minds.com as well too. His name is Panyabasa Bhikkhu. Maha Tara. Tara just means elder, Maha meaning great. My question for them, though, I never got to the bottom of this, is that if Buddhism originated in the northern region, like Lumbini, for example, I think was where the Buddha, Sakyamuni, Shokya, they call him here, part of the Sogya clan, which it's interesting because this prince in Japan, I'm trying to make all these connections here. Believe me, there's something going on, a deep undercurrent that I've been fascinated with since for quite some time, trying to get a handle on what I can pick up on the esoteric end of things worldwide. That the prince was Shotoku in Japan, who came. His family originated. At least one of the places where they called home was not too far from where we actually are situated presently. I can see this location. It's now a museum, and there's a big mountain area, and former, like, the monks were in abundance back in the day around the 6th century, 5th, 6th century. They were driven out during a time of conflict around, let's say, the 7th century, and then relocated a number of miles west of where we are currently. And then again, we're attacked, confronted. Not too long after that, they'd settled in once again and found themselves on the run. Same kind of deal repeated itself once again. And then finally, they ended up going to where of all places? Japan. And this is where Prince Shotoku enters the picture. He was their descendant, their bloodline, their lineage. These are the Sogya people.
How you doing?
Jim, I guess this is one of those unforgetting to mute situations. So
Sorry about that,
dude. It's funny. It's hilarious. I love it. It's hilarious as all hell, because usually you're just giving somebody a shout out. So, but there we go.
Yeah, I was thinking it was weird. He was acclimating this Japanese dude you were talking about.
Oh, hey, dude, it's serendipitous there for sure. So, but that's enough of that. Just something I find quite interesting. The business with Christ is that on top of that, of what you've laid out, the Celtic Church is a presence in India potentially. Let's not forget that Thomas, besides Syria, that Thomas, one of the churches that he founded was on the west coast of India. That was one of the first churches that were founded, but is also a long story and a legend of history, past, of course, long during the time of Christ, that he visited Japan. Believe it or not. And I don't know much about that.
That one I haven't heard. I know he's buried in Kashmir, but...
Right, correct.
Oh, you mean Thomas visited Japan?
No, Christ.
Jesus.
That's how the story goes.
I haven't heard that. But therapeutics, I bet you are going to make a connection to...
the therapeutics, of course. They're the elder healers.
But etymologically, it comes from Greek, therapeutein, which means to cure, to take care of, to do service. Now, you could argue that the Greek root word therapeutein is somehow connected to the word terra in the East.
Elder.
So that's possible. But I take another approach to this than what you do, because you tend to think everything comes from Buddhism.
No, I don't. I'm looking at the time frame and where it arises.
But here's the thing: what people miss is that if you look at all the ancient spiritual traditions, including those who are not very organized, like shamanism, you will find a similarity in essence, like the Mayans and Egyptians, almost identical. And so the thing is, it's because they all have a common root. At least that's one of the potential explanations. An antediluvian pre-Ice Age civilization, it's the memory of that. But even disregarding that historic and more physical aspect of it, you will notice that whatever vehicle you use to ascend to the mountaintop, I don't care if you start in the north of the mountain, in the south of the mountain, in the east or in the west. Eventually, in the beginning, there's 1 million paths up. Just on the north side, there will be 1 million paths up. But the higher you ascend, the more the paths are dwindling down. And eventually, right before you are completely enlightened at the top of the mountain, straight under the sun, eventually there will be only 4 paths. And at the end, there is no more paths. Everything is one. And that's why there are so many similarities in the real, genuine wisdom traditions, be that Buddhism of some sort or within other religions, different ways. And that's why they could recognize each other. 2 enlightened initiates, they can sit on a plane. They don't even have to exchange words, and they will communicate and recognize each other. And that's what happened also, the Silk Road that you're fond of enlightening us about. It was the same thing there. They were sending people back and forth. Yes, there were Buddhists in the Middle East. There were Christians in the East. There were, everybody went all over the place. Unlike what we learn today, we learn that everyone was isolated. Just the fact that Jesus went to Ireland is a concept that many can't swallow. But the fact is, even though it took time to travel back in the day, they did travel. It's just that it took more. Just like Pythagoras, he was everywhere too, even in India. And so you have the situation where they didn't care. They didn't walk around back then saying, are you a Christian? Are you a Buddhist? They didn't use those notions. They were just concerned about wisdom, enlightenment, and whatever path you could get there, they accepted. That's why, especially you see it in the East today, you see many traditions that are very similar, like the Jainism has elements from different religion. Weird thing where they have both, for example, Islamic impulses and Buddhist impulses and Hindu impulses. Yes, that's how it worked. Oh, it's your technique. I'm meeting you. You're from another country. Oh, your technique has something that mine is missing. Let me hurry to integrate that because it helps me and to get to the goal. That was what they were concerned about, not this exoteric study of labeling. Oh, you're this, you're that. That's the ignorant, that's the fool's approach. They were watching things from the inside. And so you could have Buddhists, and in this case, we're talking about Christians, original spiritual Christians, not the degenerated, the Church of Rome, the Church of Paulus, the Peter Church, not that stuff, but the real wisdom seekers. Yes, they could use that, Gnostics, whatever. They weren't concerned about labels. And the labeling is something we're putting on them afterwards. Take Jesus himself, for example. He didn't call himself a Christian. How could he? If he is Christ, then he's the first one, right? So, and Buddha didn't call himself a Buddhist. And so what did Jesus do that Buddha also did? I would I should call them Jesus and Siddhartha. That's their names, or I could call them Buddha and Christ, which are the titles. But what did they do that they had in common? Well, they were moving around seeking all the spiritual impulses they had access to. Pythagoras did the same. Lao Tse did the same. That's what all these guys did. You know, today we say Hinduism as if that's a religion. That's not a religion. It's an umbrella terminology for different ancient traditions. Some of them are completely in contrast with each other. It's just an umbrella terminology for what has survived of the old stuff. Just like in Europe, the Norse tradition and the Greek gods, you know, they were just different variations of the same quote-unquote Hinduism, if you like. We just call it Hinduism because it's in India. But it's the same thing. It's paganism. All of that is paganism. How could they get the Norwegians who were into Thor and Odin to suddenly be into Christ? By the sword, as we've learned in school? No, that's wrong. There is a book out there. I'm going to interview the author, but I recommend it for everyone. It's called The Serpent King or Serpent Viking. He proves that the first Christians in Scandinavia were actually initiates of the Celtic Church and had nothing to do with this word. It was precisely because when the initiates from the Celtic initiates came here and exchanged impulses with the locals, they saw it was the same goddamn thing. It was the same thing. And by then the Norse had degenerated somewhat. So it was very easy to get them on board into sacred geometry, and the Templars were very early on also up here. So, you know, I'm ranting and raving, and I wish I had enough time to go into depths, but I'm just trying to make people understand what you learn in school is wrong on two levels. One, there's so much factual errors, and second, it's an error of understanding. They are looking at it exoterically, meaning from the outside in. They're looking at labels, they're looking at stuff that's invented in aftermath and which is really not getting the inner understanding of things. But once you have an esoteric perspective on things and you see the inner, you see it from the inside and out, it all falls back to place. So Jesus himself, was he initiated into a Buddhistic tradition? Maybe, maybe not. But he was certainly initiated into a Pythagorean tradition, which is the therapeutics. And one of the most important dogmas, or I should say, not dogmas, but principles of the Pythagoreans was that they were not a religion, that they should worship in any shape and form depending on where they were. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans. That's why so many Sufi traditions are based on Pythagoreanism. That's why the Druids are also a descendant of the Pythagoreans. In fact, they spread all over the world, and when they visited a shrine or something like that, they completely adopted to it because they recognized, okay, these are light seekers, these are wisdom seekers. Let me use their creation because it's already there. They didn't come and, you know, tear it down and put up their own. When that happens, we're not dealing with spirituality anymore. We're dealing with politics and power.
Okay.
Which happened. Church was degenerated.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the way things definitely tend to go. Anytime there's a founding of a religion of any kind, Scientology, I guess, is a modern day example, maybe not the best one, but Christianity,
yeah,
Islam,
but even no, it's a good
Buddhism.
example. It's a fucked up deep state tool, to be sure, but even that guy Hubbard didn't come in a vacuum. He lifted stuff from different
big time. Mm-hmm.
Rosicrucians,
right.
OTO,
and Buddhists,
and the same with the Mormons.
Freemasons. They're crypto Freemasons,
and Templars and others.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, nothing is new under the sun and nothing is created in a vacuum. And Jesus would certainly, if he encountered, which he did because he went to Kashmir, when he encountered initiates of the Eastern traditions, he would certainly identify with them and worship with them.
Holger Kirsten, if you can't get your hands on the book, I don't know. I think I might have lent my copy out and it's now gone, but Holger Kirsten, Jesus in India. You know, we don't have much time here actually, Al, because looking at the clock, we've run for 3.5 hours now approximately. we're working on unleashing the booty chest here, as it were, over on D Live. So that's a
I've
good
done
thing.
6 hours. 3 hours is nothing.
Yeah, well, we're
6.
gonna have a 1 hour after show if you're gonna stick around, I guess,
Sure.
and a lot of great things to follow up on here. Free flowing conversation, of course. A lot in the way of the callback as well too, because we really have covered a lot of ground, and I think it's important to revisit and to just to for clarification's sake is a good part of it, and because so much does get missed out on when you have a very intense and dynamic, free flowing exchange of ideas. So, but just looking at things, yes, we were up to, geez, I think it was almost 20 over on YouTube. Numbers are fluctuating back and forth, up and down. Take a look at these comments here. Janie Walker really busy in the comments section with Barbecue Jim, as is Ed Kaufman, and so on and so forth. There's just so much to
People thought you were the singer. I thought it too.
sounded. Yeah, that's what I've heard other people say too. So it's just, yeah, it isn't that. It's just like, well, there might be something to that. Who knows?
The guy you played who had a spin on Dear Prudence?
Uh-huh.
I thought that was you singing.
Right. Do you remember last time, Aurora Borealis? Do you remember that song?
The one you were singing?
I think that's what I might have copped to. Yeah, that was maybe me at the helm there on the mic. So, yeah, Aurora Borealis, and right in the middle of it all, for when I was writing that one, came the song Scarborough Fair. So it's kind of it's a medley, man. It's like, and the muse and the way musicians, when we're in the zone, that it's like we're channeling. So from what I understand, yeah, Johnny, what he conveyed, what he told me essentially was that he really felt John's presence in a big way back in 2005 when he wrote that song, because he thought, at least, like there was a channeling type experience occurring, and so people have to go back and just listen to it's a demo is all he's managed to get together. He's hoping actually that he can have Elton John recorded, of all people. So if there's anyone out there listening, Elton and John Lennon were themselves pretty good friends. God only knows what else, perhaps, but I think John was kind of, when it comes right down to it, kind of leaning in the bisexual type area. Whether he had any, experience to, any significance, it's kind of hard to say. So, I mean, it's the guy's private life. It's not really for I don't feel it's anything to. Albert Goldman was really quite him and Elvis. They did the same kind of hatchet job that he did on both those great musical rock and roll superstars, as it were. So and numerous others, but Aurora Borealis and Scarborough Fair. Who would think that you would ever have such a thing? So I could sit here and write songs all day. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. So it really comes down to inspiration, and if I find myself challenged, if someone kind of challenges me in the right way, that it can be, I wouldn't say easily done, but there's a good chance that something worth listening to will end up coming about. So you
have a great voice at any rate.
Oh man, well thanks. It's like, just, I guess you'd say God-given or karmically
devil-given.
The devil did it all, did he? So, but what else was I going to say? No, I was in brief. I'm going to try to make my case for what I believe, how Christ, and there what was a Buddhist, Mahayana, the waters got muddied during that particular time because of the politics in Jerusalem. The Sanhedrin, of course, played a big role. I mean, yeah, it was the Romans crucified him. No. Well, a couple Roman soldiers did, and there's that whole Pilate Pontius Pilate business, and how quite a story the way that he was so surprised that Christ had already passed away, supposedly, and then they removed him from the cross. The Muslims reckon that there was a twin. He had a replacement who, Judas Didymus, I believe, was in fact said to be his twin brother, that there was this twin brother that did exist. And I do believe he was a real character out of history, if only because there's so many family members that are talked about. I think he had a brother named Stephen, James, who else? Thomas the Doubter, of course, and God only knows how many sisters. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying Stephen.
Yeah, Saint Stephen. I'm pretty sure that.
Oh yeah, Stefan. Okay,
They stoned him. Paul apparently got him stoned real good. Not in the way that we would, most of us, appreciate ourselves.
Stephen is such an Anglophone name, you know. So.
Well, yeah. Right, so what's that all about? And let's not forget, nearly 800 years, maybe let's say 7, starting with Alexander the Great, right up to the time of this guy named Mani, the Manichaeism movement. That Greco-Buddhism was a big thing in that region.
But it went both ways, you know. Like you said, Thomas went to the east.
Yeah, man, he was a doubter, and they drew straws, drawing straws, and he got the straw to go east, and there's others that went north, south, and west.
According to the Gospel of the Holy 12, which I have, what they did, the 12, after Jesus went away, he didn't die on the cross, by the way, they went out in each direction. So you have like the Church of Peter, the Church of Thomas, the Church of Mary, which was really the Templar lineage, where Mary and Joseph of Arimathea went to France. I'm talking about Mary Magdalene, not the Mother Mary. And they all wrote their own account of things, which is why you would have a Gospel of Luke, a Gospel of John, etc. But they also wrote one in common, which is the Gospel of the Holy 12.
Okay, that's something well worth reading, of course. The Aquarian Gospel, the Essene scriptures, the Gnostic tradition, and of course, why was so much left out of the Bible? Why are only so many books included? And why are there so many contradictions that can be found? But we got to cut this short because this could go on forever, of course. Just to make my case here, basically, he was a Buddhist. I and the Father are one. That's non-duality in the classic Hindu or Eastern tradition. It's not just he and the Father are one. You and the Father are one. Everybody else and the Father are one. We are inseparable from the singularity, not this faux singularity that these modern day, whatever you want to call them. The term that I can come up with is the technocratic elite, and up to no good, of course, with the agenda they're working on implementing.
That's turning it upside down. They always do that, these Satanists, quote unquote Satanists. They they imitate the natural order of things and they turn it on its head.
Sure, that's right. Yeah, and then either expect people are going to fall for this load of garbage that they're selling, and if that doesn't work, they force it upon them. So that's why I'm very concerned with the biometric agenda, and the wife and I have got into some heated. Pardon me.
Transhumanism.
Not just transhumanism, posthumanism.
Yeah.
You know what post means, don't you?
Yes.
After. Where are the humans? They're gone. It's AI and the robotic rise of the robots. So see you later, humans. And you've got Jeff Bezos, and I'm not sure about Elon Musk. I think Musk he's basically I got to cut some of these people a little bit of slack. Bill Gates, definitely not. Sorry, Bill. You get a lousy report card from me.
Yeah, I used to try to excuse Musk too, just because he's cool, just because he goes on Joe Rogan show. You know what he said? Someone was tweeting at him that because he was involved in the coup I mean, not him personally, but the multinational corporations, including his, in overturning Bolivia's will of the people. And the reason is that Bolivia has a lot of this mineral that they need in the industry, not just is it lithium? Yeah, that the whole tech industry is
lithium.
Lithium, yeah. So they said, why are you stop turning around, stop doing CIA coups in other countries? He said. So I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember the exact quote, but look it up on Twitter. He said, no, very arrogant, something about get used to it, or we do whatever we want. So something obnoxious like that. So, he wasn't trying to excuse it. He wasn't trying to deny it. It was just deal with it.
Well, and that's what power does. The word in French, exactly. Of course, it's pouvoir, meaning to be able to. So power, and that's what George Carlin talked about when he was asked about 9/11, and just a short period of time before he passed away under plausible deniability. It was his third, fourth heart attack, but anyways, that power does what it wants, and there's. Good luck stopping it. We can act as spectators, and we can call them out, essentially stating that the emperor wears no clothes. But good luck. I wouldn't get in the way of a herd of rhinoceroses. You want to kind of find a safe place to take a observatory point, and maybe for historical sake, write a few things down. Of course, then there's the oral tradition. Let's not forget, speaking of writing, that the oral tradition was so crucial throughout the years, especially with the master, student teacher relationship, guru to the disciple, druidic tradition, and so on and so forth. Man, I mean, look at the bards and that whole business, where this endless epics and sagas, just one huge stanza after the next. But we are digressing. The focus here was to try to make my case regarding how Christ was a Buddhist. He's 12 years old. Well, first of all, they go to Egypt when he's a baby. Okay, he's there until the age of 12, and God only knows what was taking place that particular time. I'm assuming he was in somewhere like Alexandria, which that was a hub for a lot of things during that period, a real kind of melting pot and crossroads. And you're right that people were kind of laissez-faire, kind of live and let live sort of way of looking upon things for the most part. There would be an occasional uprising or conflict or issues that would pop up, it seems. But Neoplatonism, I'm not sure if I just mentioned that or not, but that's one of the things that comes to mind with Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great.
Yeah, Neoplatonism is just a fancy modern academic word for Pythagoreanism.
And I never made that connection, but so we got that, and it's interesting. Alexander the Great, how many cities did he have named after himself? There were a lot of Alexandrias apparently back in the day. But so anyway, so he returns to Jerusalem at the age of 12. Christ does. He's lost during the time of, I guess it was Passover. I'm not familiar with all these various Jewish traditions, but maybe it could have been Easter. Is that the same thing? I don't know. Some special holiday. His parents are freaking out basically because they haven't seen him for around 3 days or so. Finally, they come upon him outside the temple, and he is there. These supposed wise men, all these learned scholars and so forth of the city, are taken by his he seems to be a special child of 12, and they can't believe that he has such knowledge, of course, to the extent he does. So clearly he was being schooled by somebody up until that point.
Yeah,
and
that's like his special knowledge. Well, okay, actually his.
But hang on, that's just a start of things. Then he disappears. He's gone. That's all we hear from him for the next 18 years. Okay.
No, it's no.
No,
It's just because the Bible
according
was
to the
made.
Orthodox tradition is what I'm saying, though. Okay, according to the Orthodox tradition. So he's gone. Question is, where was he? There are many who say he went to India. The fact of the matter is when he returns after 18 years, wherever he was, and I do believe he was, in the East for some time. He may have been to England as well, and the UK, as you say, maybe Japan. Who really knows? Who's to say?
But the trip to Egypt, the trip to England was not the same type. Here's the thing: all these in ancient times, why did all these enlightened people travel the world? That was because that was one of the duties in order to expand their knowledge. It was a part of their education. Travel, encounter the wise men everywhere, wherever you can, and learn from them. And so yes, he did this. He went to Egypt. Actually, the reason he went to Egypt was of necessity, was his parents, but he learned from them too. But the Ireland trip was not, according to the surviving information, was not because he wanted to seek insight there. It was because of a business trip. By then he was already enlightened enough to have followers over there. So he did the same as Siddhartha did, as Pythagoras did, as Lao Tse did, as all the enlightened people in history. He walked around, and yes, he encountered different things. And so you can choose to call that Buddhist, but the similarities is not because, now someone taught me this specific dogma and now I'm adopting it. The similarity is because the more wise you get, the closer to the one, as you say, the more similar stuff is. You just have to take account for some cultural differences, some symbolic, some linguistic differences, but basically it's the same essence. It doesn't matter if you're a Sufi or a shaman or a Toltec or a Kabbalist. When you have reached the essence of existence, it's going to be the same. If it's not the same, they're all into illusions, right? Because we all live in the same reality. So you have to expect that everything will be the same. And that's why I'm not 100% buying the term calling him a Buddhist, because it sounds like, okay, I'm learning everything from this Jude Siddhartha and I'm just incorporating it like some dogmatic minion. No. Yes, he was friendly with them. Yes, he was probably initiated into their traditions like he was with Zoroastrianism and Gnosticism and all this stuff. But it's mainly because it's the same thing. It's just another word for it in another culture. You see what I mean? That's what I'm trying. And people nowadays don't understand that because we're so fragmented into label thinking, into identification. Oh, I belong to this, you belong to that. They didn't think like that. If he met a wise man, a yogi, whatever that he respected, sure, let's exchange by all means. If you have something to learn from me, I'm teaching you that. If you have something to teach me, and they had to do that because they had no internet, they had no way to, now I can visit you tomorrow if I like. Well, maybe not because of the shutdown, but in principle with a plane, they couldn't do that then. So they traveled and they learned. So I'm not buying that Buddhism as a dogmatic structure of organization spread and, everybody accepted their notions like that and called themselves Buddhists. That's not how it went down. But in principle, in essence, you're right. The impulse of Buddhism did spread, as did other stuff to there. Like, the Tibetan Buddhism is an amalgam, even in the mainstream version, it's an amalgam of the old Bon shamanism and I guess it's Mahayana Buddhism or Tantra Yoga, actually. So you understand my perspective, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, definitely. You're downplaying the whole business of the Buddhist affiliation when really, so much comes. You're saying dogma when really I'm not sure. That's kind of a bit of maybe I would say overstatement, because who knows? Maybe there was some dogma, but maybe you think if you're enlightened that you're not overly dogmatic. The fact of the matter is, in Buddhism, the first noble truth, what is it? It's suffering. Okay. The second is that what desire, and then of course then desire,
And
suffering, change.
My point is Siddhartha didn't invent that. All that stuff.
No, of course not.
already...
And you mentioned the Jain tradition. Like we don't have time to get into this. It could go on for quite a while. Trust me. But the Jains, that they actually preceded the Buddhists, the Siddhartha, as I understand. Now you'll have to talk to Panyabasa Bhikkhu. He's a fascinating conversationalist with really a great deal, a lot more knowledge than what I'm able to offer. But what I'm doing here is sharing with you this business of how, Jesus and Buddha, the parables that were discovered during the time of the mid to late 19th century, right around the period where, as I said, with these British archaeologists, engineers, surveyors, and the like, the British imperial occupation of India, that they uncovered as a means of, with this apocalyptic discovery, really, of these temples and cave complexes, which the names always escape me. That just shows you how well studied I am. But they'll know what I'm talking about once they start looking into things. And the Buddha and the Sahibs is one of the books I've got here. I'm just looking for right now, and no, it's out of reach. So the Buddha and the Sahibs is what you'll want to look for.
Sahibs, does that have anything to do with Sikhism? The Sikhs?
No, Sahib, I think, is a word for, that's what they referred to the Brits, like sir or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yes, Sahib.
Yeah,
yes, Sahib. Someone who's a
like Pasha,
high status, kowtowing to the Brits, the occupiers, I guess, is, So.
Are we in the post show now, by the way?
No, hell no. We're trying to wrap things up here, dude. But no, I and the Father. Listen, man. I and the Father are one. He returns, and that's non-duality, plain and simple. I don't, it's about as dogmatic as I'm going to get with any of this, really. But it's right there, and for those with eyes to see, I and the Father are one. That's straight out of Hindu, Eastern Dharmic philosophy. It's non-duality, Mahayana. Which is different than if you talk to Panyabasa Bhikkhu, he might have something a little different to say about this, his view of looking upon things, because he comes from the Theravadan tradition. He's more of the elder from out of Burma, which is, don't refer to him as Hinayana either. It's the narrow way, which, I mean, he probably won't take offense to it, but it's kind of a sticking point with
my way is more of Tantrayana.
Well, yes, Tantra, of course, that came, and then out of the Nalanda. And is it Nalanda University? Yes, I believe so. And yeah, that's a great tradition. Tibetan Buddhism, in many ways, it went a long way in helping to conserve the Dharmic tradition. Alan Watts, because of the Islamic invasion, is one, and they laid waste to, of course, these are like filthy infidels, right? It's like, gee, the Quran's like, they're not this. If it's in the Quran, we don't need them, and if it is, we don't need them that way either. So just kill everything that's not, that we tell you to, basically, these dirty, filthy infidels, especially if they're not willing to convert.
But Jeff, since you're going to wrap it up, shouldn't you add some info about the Secret Santa thing?
Yeah, we will. But let me just finish by saying Christ returned from India, and they marveled at, he's 30 years old then. They marveled at how not marveling so much. They were quite taken by what of these foreign teachings? That's critical. What are these foreign teachings? He's bringing some foreign teachings. This business of love and compassion, turn the other cheek. I strike you, on one side of your face and you turn the other cheek. He didn't say you do it twice. It's like you do it one time.
Did I give you the esoteric interpretation of that last time?
Briefly, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
What is it? Silence?
Oh, I thought I gave it last time. No, it says when he hits you on the left cheek, you should turn, right cheek, you should turn your left. That means, the left is the shadow side. So when someone attacks you in the light, which is the right side, he encourages you to turn the darkness against them, or you can interpret it in many ways. Turn the back to them, let them go out. It certainly doesn't mean lick the backs of your oppressor. You see what I mean? But that's a way they can turn, for example, this dogma into something they can use to suppress. Same in Islam. When they talk about devotion in Islam, what they are really talking about is that in order to fuse with the one, you have to give yourself away. You can't retain your ego and think you're going to be enlightened and be one with the one. But how can this be exploited politically? It means, hey, be obedient to the powers. See what I mean? So that's why I'm saying Hinduism and some other old traditions are harder to use as a suppression tool, because it's harder to pervert the wisdom principles there. Whereas in Abrahamic religions, in their dogmatic versions, which is flourishing today, very easy to take different elements and use them to keep people in check.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one thing which organized religions, I think, as most of us understand, it's been the case for ever since civilization has been in place, obviously. So got to be on the lookout for that sort of business. There's no disputing that coming from me here whatsoever. Greco-Buddhism. I just did a little quick little DuckDuckGo search for this. Going to add this to the talking points here via the Restream end of things. We got from Ashoka the Great out of India. I had no idea. I'd been studying Buddhism for probably, I don't know, maybe not quite 10 years.
Ashoka was this enlightened king, right?
Yeah, the Emperor Ashoka, out of India.
Yeah, I think he was a Muslim, but he wanted
No.
Okay, there was a Muslim ruler in India who wanted to collect all the wisdom traditions of the world. So he invited the initiates, the wise men of all religions that was available and within his reach by then, to his court, and they made schools of wisdom that they wanted to spread around in the world. And it's the same thing as in Haran and in Toledo and in Alexandria, as you pointed out. There has been some free cities in the history of the world, just like some pirate cities, actually, where different spiritual traditions and political and everything, because they didn't distinguish back then. That's the materialist modern thing but the point is, where they collected and invited all sorts of people to come in and contribute to enlightenment.
Sure. I mean, that just goes back to, as you say, Pythagoras and Plato's Academy and Aristotle. He had his
not Aristotle. He was not an initiate. He was not enlightened. In fact, he was a materialist.
He actually, there's some speculation he might have had a hand in poisoning Alexander the Great. Believe it or not.
Probably.
Well, you never know. So it's one of those things. But look, we're really trying to wind things down. So you're going to have to let me kind of take the helm here and steer things back.
I just want to say one last thing for your Secret Santa. If you are balloting out prices, we can offer like a lifetime free subscription to our website.
Great, excellent. There you go. That's right. And what is the standard kind of market value on something like that?
I have no idea, but on the, you said like Bella begs for $1. That was actually a very good model, because most people, at least before the economy was destroyed, felt they could offer $1. And usually when they donate, okay, I don't want to be cheap. Here's $5. So it works. But what you get is more important than the market value, and then you can value it yourself. So at any given time, there's at least 5 unreleased shows plus some bonus stuff. But in practice, it's been like 20, 30 unreleased shows. So like the show with Alex about evil is not out yet. The show I mentioned about with Dolan called Disclosure Scenarios, it's not out yet. So
One of those evil shows actually is, and that was a point because I came across it. I don't think I downloaded it. I was going to, and I thought, past, because maybe I should have, but I'm not a big believer in evil. And the reason being is because from the Dharmic Buddhist, if you want to call it dogmatic perspective and view, that in
Sure.
Christian,
But you're making assumptions.
Let me finish.
I know what you're going to say.
Okay, well then tell me, I guess.
You're going to say that the concept of evil, and you're very correct, is an illusion. It really doesn't mean anything. And you're going to argue it from the Buddhist perspective, which you can do, but you can argue it from any perspective.
Okay,
really.
so...
and that's part of what we are discussing.
Well, it is what it is, right? It's people who are mentally confused. Okay, it's confusion versus clarity from the Dharmic standpoint, the wisdom tradition.
Yeah.
Confusion, mental confusion versus mental clarity. It's as simple as that. Lust, anger, and ignorance, or hatred, desire, and stupidity. Same kind of deal. Those are the three poisons. You got to watch out for that stuff, people. It's going to lead to problems, okay? Trust me. You probably realize that. I know I have in the course of my life, and that's what helped me to wake up a little bit. Karmic 2x4 to the side of the head, right? It's like, this...
Sure. But why don't we take this debate in the post show?
We will. But yeah, but I just want to with the Abrahamic tradition, as you've laid out, Islam, Christianity, fundamentalist Christianity, because there's a lot of offshoots, as we're aware, of course.
But that's true for Judaism and Islam too.
Okay,
so
all right.
You can't make special privileges.
The mainstream Orthodox versions of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, that they got the good and evil thing going on, good and evil, whereas in Buddhism it's more a question of mental confusion versus mental clarity, insight, and enlightenment. You see things as they clearly are versus what your ego is,
but
telling
we're not
you
just discussing the philosophy of evil. We're even discussing what's a serial killer called.
We don't have time for that, man. Let's say that for the after show. Greco-Buddhism. The Mauryan Emperor Ashoka would convert to Buddhism and spread the religious philosophy throughout his domain, as recorded in the Edicts of Ashoka. Following the collapse of the Mauryan Empire, Greco-Buddhism continued to flourish under the Greco-Bactrian. This is Bactria, folks. Where have we heard that before? Kingdom. Indo-Greek kingdoms and Kushan Empire. Kush. So Ashoka, it was like he really was so important in spreading, because he wanted peace. He set up animal sanctuaries. He set up parks and roads that people could travel without hopefully being molested all that often, and relative peace, more or less. But he was a really great what do they call, there's a special word for these great Chakravartin, I believe, a great turner of the Dharmic wheel in a cosmic sense, like these, like Christ figure, big major important historical figures. So we got that going on. Then once again, there's the parables, the between, and the parallels and the parables that with Christ and Buddha. Max Mueller, really important historical academic character to keep in mind. A lot of people have heard of him probably. Max Mueller, 19th century professor. Between the language of Buddha and his disciples and the language of Christ and his apostles, there are strange coincidences. Think about Buddha being out and having to sit seeking enlightenment, and is it 40 days and 40 nights, I believe, and finally Mara, who in Korea here they call Ma Wang, the king of evil. Mara comes to him, and temptations, all these beautiful women, and I'm not sure, there are a few other temptations that were thrown his way, and he said, go away, like Satan, get behind thee, is what Christ said with his similar time in the desert, 40 days and 40 nights. So there are strange coincidences. Even some of the Buddhist legends and parables sound as if taken from the New Testament, though we know that many of them existed before the beginning of the Christian era. Yeah, how about 500 years before, at least, folks? So there we go. We do have to head off into the after show. What an epic conversations.
Hang on. Can I just add one more thing? Yeah,
sure.
a shout out for the book called A Search for the Historical Jesus. I picked it up when I was in India, written by Fida Hasnain, who is the Kashmir's cultural minister. He was very great book where he tracks down Jesus movements in the world from all available sources, not discriminating. Everything, everyone. Yeah, you should look into that.
And
Jesus went to India,
and he's buried in Kashmir.
Exactly.
In Srinagar. That's why one of the reasons you notice people. Have you noticed all the fighting in that region for some strange reason? They can't seem to establish any peace, and they really freak out anytime you're trying to. I think they attempted once to open the tomb, and that didn't go over too well. Didn't go over very well at all. So. But anyways, hey, it's been a great exchange of ideas, and it would have been great if we could have engaged more. We've been keeping an eye on the comments here via YouTube.
Better than last time, sure.
I'll tell you what we're going to do here. As a matter of fact, one last thing: if you can make your way over to D Live, folks, we are going to unleash the booty. We're gonna shake our booty and share with you here in just a few moments after we add 50 lemons to the chest. If you do have a D Live account, make sure that you show up here, and we are going to distribute the rewards. Hopefully you will manage to benefit from that. Veritas 27. Ah, yes, we dig that pirate flag, my friend. A lot of people get freaked out when they see the skull and crossbones. It was not the original pirate flag. And on top of that, how the hell can a Buddhist be a pirate? How does that work? So I guess if you're promoting,
it works beautifully.
If you're promoting charity, I guess it's okay. Hashtag WWRHD. What would Robin Hood do? We've got our Teespring store in place. We've got the Operation Secret Santa campaign. Things are getting cranked up here, folks. Once again, this is, I think this is our 6th time. We started from just nothing, just an idea that was basically presented to us. The ether, more or less, the cosmos delivered it, dropped it at our doorstep. We have since worked to reshape the wheel, reformat, and really upgrade this business of Secret Santa. Is going to kind of, it's very lacking, shall we say. There's a lot more that we realized could be done with things, with the model. Hence, we added the operation term to what we have in place, the campaign. And, it's not just the office-based gift exchange with friends and family. No. I mean, you want to, of course, spread good cheer and do what you can to put a smile on their faces over the Christmas season. But this has more to reaching out, if you choose, anonymously, hence the secret end of things, to complete strangers from all around the world, wherever you choose. They might be even in your local community. So what we try to do is to match people, the have-nots with the haves, essentially, is what we're doing here. And so if you like to play the role of a Secret Santa, let us know. If you have, some financial need at this particular point in time, we also want to hear about that. And we'll see what we can do to help you out in at least some small way. We have stipends of $50 and even as much as $100 that will be sent a few people's way. But it's more than just the money. We have food, there's clothing, there's medical supplies. Very much use your imagination, folks. An ad hoc approach that has worked quite well for us up until this point, and we continue to work on pursuing this open-sourced philosophy and way of doing things to really bring to the world something that has kind of not really been here before yet, and that it's kind of it's a flying under the radar is what it's doing. It's germinating, I guess maybe you could say the word. It's been germinating in the past number of years. Independent, alternative, online, open source, underground, pirate energy, our liberty our liberty, hurling our liberty fueled truth bombs all along the way, wherever we can. Hashtag WWRHD. What would Robin Hood do? And so do reach out to us. Do keep in touch. Thanks to everyone once again who has contributed to this epic live stream. Hopefully Facebook doesn't shut us down again. Like I said, we were picking up hundreds of viewers on a number of our latest shows, and then suddenly they decided to pull some bogus copyright claim, which is beyond me what they're going on about. Utterly ridiculous. And trust me, if they were justified had the right to pursue such a claim, I would quite easily cop to it. But this go round, it's just they're up to their old tricks again, unfortunately. And I really don't want to say it, but social media, in all too many cases, we definitely find ourselves being shadow banned. So if you can't help us out via PayPal, Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com, or over on our Patreon page, where that does operate like it's a multi-tiered tip jar is what it is, with our multimedia packages available for $1. $2.50 will unlock our Rogues Gallery after shows, where we're headed right now with LB. And then for $10, the way we have things set up right now, the third tier, you can actually talk to me, none other than yours truly, Jaffe Ryder, for about an hour is the way the deal works there. So I figure that's a pretty good price and rate, of course. Look at it, make of it what you will. So we look forward to hearing from you. Al, thank you so much. Reverend Jim, everyone else, of course. I believe Al has said his final words. So we're going to head on out of here down to, maybe, let's see now. We're going to reconnect here just as we sail on out of the show with Reverend Jim, as a matter of fact, is who we're going to try to connect with as he makes his way down from the Crowsnest. So not sure. It sounds like we've got the channel open there, so that's a good thing. Jim?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. How are things looking? We're heading off down. We're going to wander around Svalbard Harbor a little while here. It's either the Howling Wolf Inn, the Mossy Wench is another, of course, and there's a few other watering holes. What do you figure? How are things looking? What are your thoughts on the show? I guess you're not going to be around for the after show because of your D Live.
The show was great. It's amazing how fast 4 hours went by.
Crazy, yeah, man, epic, epic. I hope YouTube doesn't shut us down. They might very well. In fact, I forgot to remind you guys to record the damn thing. So we've done it here on our end, and hopefully, we can follow through. I wonder
if I recorded it. Yeah, I've actually recorded it.
Good job. Thank you very much.
Not deliberately. It's just because with Skype goes on is usually because I have a show and
you didn't mess up at all with your D Live feed this week, so you've got the replay on your D Live too.
Oh, that's great. Nobody ever uses that anyways. We're getting gypped off over there too, I will say. So based on what we're seeing, in fact, right now we're getting, I'm not sure. Okay, here we go, folks. If you're not around, we got 8 people all together. We're going to distribute those rewards. It's just a matter of time here. I think this is going to queue itself up. We had 8 people. Now suddenly I'm talking about having some booty shared with the wider listening world, and the numbers we're seeing is something around 5. You better hurry if you want to cash in on this D Live digital.
That's common. Sometimes when you say you're gonna open your chest, you'll see the numbers drop.
Why is that?
Well, sometimes those numbers are actually bots, not real people.
Oh.
And other times it's people that they don't want to participate, so they just Yeah.
Nobody.
Some people just want to like they'll drop lemons on your page, your channel, but they'll never pick one up. They're not there to make lemons off you. They're just there to, support your channel.
Right. So we're just
and
going.
yeah, all I've come to understand is don't try to understand it.
Right. Yeah. So we're just gonna add our email address here for the people in D Live actually, and so that they can actually. Well, screw it. We'll take care of that here in just a moment while we shut things down. So stand by, folks. We are heading off to Skype. Thanks once again, Al, and everybody else. And
sure.
Yeah, we plan on being back here Tuesday with who is it that we talked about having here Tuesday night? Al, do you remember?
Brooks Agnew.
Brooks Agnew. That's right. Exactly.
Brooks Agnew.
People want to look around and see what he's all about. Really seems like a really positive, spirited kind of individual. So maybe that's part of his whole deal. And frankly, when it comes down to it, this whole religion business, folks, just for the record, I believe we all lead our own religion is what the deal is. All right. So that's my way of looking at it. Whether are you on board with that idea?
Amen.
There you go. Amen. So be it, or so moted be. Amen Ra. As I think where that comes from, believe it or not. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, Amen Ra. All right, folks, until we meet again out on the high digital seas, hopefully this coming Tuesday with Brooks Agnew, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 on the East Coast. On behalf of Captain Long John St. Clair and all the rest of the crew here aboard the Robin Hood, I'm your host, as always, the ship's Chief Communications Officer, Jaffe Ryder. Tally-ho.
Aye now, there we be. Having carefully looked over each of our navigation panel instruments,
checking every level, switch, dial, cable, knob, and pulley, by all accounts and indications, we indeed see it's time, once again, to drop anchor inside Mystic Bay.
draw an end to yet another week of World Pirate Radio Live.
Remember,
If you're looking for a little more animated online action,
keep in mind we've likely got yet another great free-flowing Rogues Gallery after show
coming up for the next hour in one of our more premium exclusive and remote digital underground online pirate hideaways. Also, if you yourself have a new,
novel, intriguing, or otherwise underreported idea, unique individual, or pressing item in mind, be sure to either drop us a line directly over on WPRPN.com or fire us a quick email
via Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com.
We're always open to exploring fresh creative suggestions, intriguing guest ideas, cutting-edge discussion topics, and captivating themes.
Remember, WPRPN.com member site subdomain links are also always available.
Great for artists, musicians, podcasters, bloggers, social media personalities,
or pretty much just any old landlubber
looking to boost their online visibility, presence, and reach.
Basic personal profile accounts can be launched for just $60 per year.
Staking your claim now helps not only strengthen you and the network, we're also looking out for the little guy. That's right, folks. As much as half of all WPRPN's profits are redirected right back into the hands of the people who really need it most. Community charity. After all, we are the Robin Hood.
You can further embark on your own personal pirate journey by either liking, sharing,
commenting on, subscribing to, or just following us via virtually any mainstream social media platform, including Twitter, Facebook,
Gab,
or Minds.com. So don't forget to become engaged. Until we meet again, out on the high digital seas. I'm your host as always, the ship's chief communications officer, Jaffe Ryder. Tally-ho.